Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 Create a Team Career with Cadillac here on the PC. Tonight it is kind of the start of Series 4. We've labelled it Round 0 because we're not actually going to be doing a round tonight. Instead, we're going to go behind the scenes and show you everything that goes on between ending one season and changing all the relevant mods, etc. for Season 2 and the testing that goes into that. So let's begin, shall we? So we have the game open, but we're not really going to be using it for a while. As you can see, it is the 1st of January 2029. We have some money in the bank. And this is all we're going to see for a little while. We're going to close this down, make it disappear, and bring up the display. Because tonight we're going under the hood. We're going to get into the database editor. We're going to make some changes, unretire some young drivers who have, called it quits early. We're going to move some young drivers around where we need to. And we're going to change some mods as well. So that we have some new liveries and some changes to the gameplay a little bit as well. Evening Farah, evening Gridiron, evening Wayne, evening Victor. Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. Bit of a different episode tonight, but I hope you like it. I do have received quite a few questions in the past as to how I manage my mods, and so now you're going to get to see that. So we've got obviously a chat window up here so I can see what you guys are saying. We've got our editor here. We've got a Wikipedia page open, which we're going to be referring to in a second. And then I've got a couple of file windows open here for mods. I've built up a little bit of a library of mods that I've collected, and I have a shortcut to the packs. So the packs is where our mods are going to sit. Currently, our Cadillac mods are in here. We are going to copy this. Might not actually let me do this because the game is running, but we'll see. Let me see if it will let me copy and paste. It will. Fantastic. Obviously I can't take those out while the game's running, and I want to have a little bit of background audio, which is why we've got the game running in the background for the game noise. Right, so we need to go into this and we need to change some bits and bobs and strip a few things out and replace them with some other bits and so on and so forth. But first we're going to get started with the database itself. So what we need to do first of all is add our save, and we've got a brand new save, which is not in save searches, it is in save games shortcuts. There we go, and it's save 12. This is the brand new save we created last night for the start of season 4. So let's open this up. And so we can see the driver changes that we saw yesterday are in effect. So Leclerc and Piastri are at RedBull, Antonelli and Norris still at Mercedes, Sainz and Behrman at Ferrari, with Sainz moving to car 1, with Leclerc moving out of the team. Still Tsunoda and Ocon at Aston, still Russell and Bortoleto at McLaren. Williams have kept Lawson and Albon. We've kept Hamilton and Hadjar. Hamilton going into the final year of his contract. Haas have signed 2 new drivers. They've signed Pierre Gasly, and they brought Valtteri Bottas in as well. And then Arvid Lindblad, who was with Audi last season, has now moved to Alpine to replace Gasly. They've kept Mick Schumacher. Perez has moved from Haas to Audi. They've kept Stroll. And VCarb, well, this is where the other change is. Pato O'Ward has made the grid, which I did not see coming, and he will replace not Colapinto. I've forgotten his name. The young Japanese driver who I'm always berating for crashing a lot. I've forgotten his damn name already. Let's see. What was his name? Iwasa, thank you. Yes, Ayumu Iwasa. He should be here in free agency somewhere. There he is. He's here in the free agency. And Colapinto has been retained. So that is the current driver lineup. A notable free agent this season, Max Verstappen. And we are going to make a contract approach for him when we go back into the game. Evening MP. You got F1 Manager 24 and it's way better than 22. Yes, it is. It's night and day difference. 23 was a bit of a step forward. They introduced sprints and tweaked things a little bit. 24, massive step forward. So yeah, it's when you go from 22 to 24, the difference is night and day. Behrman in the Ferrari, Leclerc replacing Max. Yes, absolutely. So we shall see how things go on. Evening, Daniel. Good to see you. Right, so the first thing I need to do is go through the drivers that are retired and see if I can figure out who needs to be unretired. So, first one I know of is Fornaroli. We know we need to unretire him. So, here he is. He is a 79 overall. How old is he? He's 24. His retirement age is set at 37, but the game has retired him because he wasn't getting onto the grid. So we are going to unretire him. Hopefully this shouldn't mess with his image, but it should stay as it is. His growth for a 24-year-old is 50. I'm going to bump that up a little bit. I'm going to push him up to 60. Going to leave him on neutral. We're not going to mess his stats because we've just given him a little bit of better growth. And we are going to give him a contract. We are going to move him into the Maserati Young Driver Program. So, now we need to go to contracts. And we need to find him here. Here he is. So, Maserati are VCARB. Let's check their current situation. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. They can afford one more. So, we will drop him in there. Let me actually see what the salaries of the other drivers are first. So let's take a look at James Wharton's contract. He's been there for a while. He's on 278 signing bonus, a 1.8 mil contract. Nail. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's go back to contracts. Nail, I want to click there. He is on 1 million. He's a little bit younger. Let's see what Fuji's on. He's on 1 million. And Kimberly Pollard, she's on less than 1 million. So we're going to kind of split the difference. We're going to put him on 1.2 mil. I think that is a little above these guys. A lot more than him. A lot more than Kimberly, sorry, but less than James, who is established in the team now. So I've got to find him again because he's disappeared. There he is. So let's add him in. And we want to add a salary in for him. So we said 1.2 mil, didn't we? There we go, 1.2 mil. Let's give him a 2-year deal. No signing bonus, no race bonuses because he is going in as a reserve, and we'll confirm that. And we brought him out of retirement and put him in with Maserati, not VCARB. So, what else? Let's see, Victor Martin. Let's take a look at him. Has he retired? He has. So, he has actually joined WEC. It's completely killed his stats as well. Look, 50 on everything. We might leave him retired. He is 27. So let's search by rankings. Let's see. So we're not going to do Vettel. We're not going to bring him back. Everyone here who's with a coloured name is attached to a team. So it's the ones in white. These are actually ours. I think. No, these are Nissan, aren't they? Not Nissan. Haas. This is Haas. And Haas have got 1, 2, 3, 4 rookies of their own. Then it's into 1, 2, 3, 4 rookies, 5 rookies because of Fornaroli. So that's Maserati. This is Audi. Audi could definitely do with an extra one. Wow, look how many people are assigned to Aston. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a lot of rookies. Mind you, we've got a few. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our own. So let's have a look at Noel. 24 years old, has not retired, so we don't need to do anything there. Roman Staniak, 24, has not retired. Wadsworth Warren, we are going to give him, just to really cheer up Dino, we're going to give him a super license. Noah Stromsted's, Sammy, see, some of these rankings are quite low already. So Nikita Bedrin, another young Italian, 22 years old, is only a 66. Mari Boyer has retired, I think. No, he hasn't. Who else retired then? There were other drivers who retired. Oh, here we go. There's more down here. So these are the actual drivers in free agency. So Felipe Drugovich is in free agency, 81 overall. There's a chance he might get on the grid. Has not retired, so that's fine. Alexander Dunn has retired. We're going to unretire Dunn, and we are going to give him a super license. His stats there are pretty good on growth. Let's just drop that down to a 60. Marketability, we'll drop it down to a 70. Let's boost his reactions a little bit. Let's go to a 75 on that, and we'll just push his braking up a bit, and we'll just take that down a point to help boost that, balance that out a little bit. I don't really want to massively increase his overall rating, but we will improve his smoothness up to 78. Otherwise, he's not likely to last on the grid if he does make it. So that's Alex Dunn, 23 years old, in free agency, and we will save those changes. There we go. Kevin Magnussen is still around, has not retired. We'll leave him as he is. Zane Maloney hasn't retired yet. 25 years old. We're going to give him a bit of a boost because he desperately needs it. There we go. We'll improve his growth up to 50. We'll tone down the aggression just a touch, and we'll tone down the marketing just a touch as well. There we go. Then we've got Bobby Schwartzman. He has not retired. He's gotten a 75 overall. His control rating is pretty bad, and some of these stats aren't amazing either. So again, because he's not assigned to a team, he's not going to get much in the way of training. So while we'll leave his growth as it is, we do need to give him a bit of a bump in stats if we're likely to see him have some role at a team at some point. There we go. Zhou definitely has been done a little dirty stat-wise. So we are going to give him a bit of a bump. Let's maybe drop his control down a touch. Get his baseline pace stats up to 80. We're going to improve his growth a little bit. Let's put that up to a 40. He's reasonably marketable, given he's the most prominent Chinese driver to get on the grid. So we'll do that for Zhou. Can you create a driver via the database editor? No. I don't think so. I think you have to create them outside. And then this tool lets you make some changes, but I don't think you can actually use it to create new. Or if you can, I don't know how. But, I mean, we could completely edit someone. So, for example, we could turn Stoffel Van Dorn into Ayrton Senna, for example. It would change the name, the stats, the display name, all that jazz. But we wouldn't be able to put his image in. That's something else we'd have to do by cracking the game files and then repacking them. And I think that's how you add new people into the database, by doing the same thing, cracking the games database and then adding in loads of new entries. This is more of a browsing and editing tool. It's not a case of adding stuff in. So Stoffel, let's give Stoffel a little bit of a boost. He is a pretty good driver in Formula E and could still play a good reserve role for somebody. We'll turn his growth, we'll leave his growth as is actually, because he's 36. He's only got 4 years left. And we'll put him to neutral there, and we'll just click his marketability up a touch. There we go. So Stoffel has been tweaked. Giovinazzi, Italian Jesus, has not retired yet. He's got 3 years left. His control stats are really good still. Let's give him a little bit more overtaking. Let's push his pace stats a little bit more, but not too much. Increase his smoothness a bit. Let's go with something like that. Again, we'll keep the growth low because he's right around the corner from retirement. And we'll put him into neutral as well. There we go. Kamara has retired at just 23 years old. He's retired. So we're going to unretire Rafa Kamara. Yet another driver with the number 81. It's like a default. They're all trying to vie for number 81 because Piastri's not going to have number 1 this year. So we need to make sure that he definitely has the number 81 still. Let's see. Let's boost his reactions a few points. Boost his accuracy. Give him an extra point in control. Keep his growth quite high. We'll put it to 60 because we just boosted him a bit. We'll tone the aggression down a couple of points. And we'll tone his marketability down a few points as well. And again, we'll give him a super license now. Pepe Marti has retired. So let's see, 23 years old. Again, see, this is another driver that could be available to somebody. Again, with the number 81. We will, again, boost him a little bit. We'll boost his growth up to 55. Drop his marketing down a couple of points. We'll just tone the aggression down to a smooth, even 80. Give him a little bit better on adaptability. There we go. So he's a 75 overall as well, but with plenty of prospects to improve. There we go. Joshua Durskin has retired at 25. Let's unretire Joshua. Let's turn that up a bit. Let's go to a 50. I just want to give him a couple of extra points here. Nothing too crazy. We'll just go with that. Ryo Hirakawa has not retired yet. He's 34 years old. We're actually going to turn his growth down a bit. And we'll leave him at that, I think. Actually, no, let's just give him a little bit more cornering to make up for the loss of growth. There we go. Sebastian Montoya, 23 years old. We will leave him where he is. He is in free agency at the moment. We'll give him a little bit more growth. Sophia Flörsch. We will leave her retired. Zagazeta, will leave him retired. Looking for notable names. James Headley, 25. Oops. Jess Hawkins, Luke Browning. Yeah, we're into the drivers who've had their stats reset now that they've been retired for quite some time. So Nico's in there now, Alonso's in that, Vettel's in that, because they've been retired for a couple of years now. Their stats have just defaulted down to non-existent. And that, I think, is possibly it for messing with the drivers. So now that we've done that, let's go to contracts. Is there anybody that we want to maybe add in? Has Alpine got rid of Wadsworth? I think they have. Wadsworth is out of contract, isn't he? So let's have a look who he's with. He's not assigned. Oh, he is. He's assigned to Maserati. He's also in F2 right now as well. Which is why he might not be showing there. Okay. We'll leave him where he is. Let me just quickly check his stats again. Yeah. He's fine as he is. We need to go into the teams because we need to make sure that everyone's using the right engines. We also need to maybe tweak the engines slightly as well. So first of all, let's go to performance. And we want to change engines. Here we go. So the Ferrari powertrain is there. There's the Mercedes powertrain. We are going to increase the power of Ferrari to 99. I'm going to increase the power of the RedBull up to 95. The Renault is just a stand-in engine. No one's using that. Let's save those changes. And now we want to look at the custom engines. So Honda, we're going to increase them by 2.5% as well. Audi, we're going to increase them up to 95. And Cadillac, we're going to increase to 92.5 to represent engines closing the gap through those extra homologation periods. So let's confirm those changes. There we go. And we will save that. So in terms of car performance, oh wow, yeah, we are at the bottom, but we were 7-8% away from the next car, which is, wow, it's Mercedes are in 10th. I mean, this is at the beginning of the year. There's no development been done yet. So some teams will have done better with research. Maserati currently have the best car ahead of Haas, then Audi, then Williams, Aston. RedBull are in 6th, then Alpine, McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes. But our gap, while it looks really big there, it's less than 4%. So we have closed the gap. That's really good. So let's go to teams. And we will start at the top. Let's go to Ferrari. So, they have a slightly negative balance. I want to check that they are actually refurbing their facilities and not letting them rot. They are. Good stuff. Let's see. They are using the Ferrari engine, which is what we want. So, Ferrari are good. Let's move to McLaren. McLaren's still using Mercedes engines. And let's keep them with Mercedes. Mercedes facilities. Again, all the teams should be automatically regenning their facilities when they hit, I think, 70%. So there's nothing here lower than 72, 73. And so when that hits 70, that suspension sim should then get a refurb. McLaren have got a bit of money in the bank. They got 12.5 mil. Let's take a look at RedBull. They've got a couple of mil in the bank. They are using their own engine, the RedBull Ford engine. Again, all their facilities are 70 or above. No need to make any changes there. Mercedes are using Mercedes engines. They've got about 6.5 mil. Their facilities, they've got a few that are a little worn, but nothing has broken yet. Alpine, this is Nissan. Wow, look at the state of Nissan. 100, 97, 97, 100, high 80s. And then we've got 82, 100, 97. Here's where the low bits are. You know, so 78, 76, 73, 78. But their facilities are in pretty good shape. They have got a bad starting balance, though. They are 7.5 mil in debt. That might be because they've signed Gasly. Because the teams have the option now, because we're running... let me show you, actually. If we go into the mods, where is what I'm looking for? F1 Manager add-ons. We've got the AI the AI driver transfer pack here, which means that the AI will, instead of just waiting till someone's in their final year of a contract to make an offer, the AI teams will try and poach if there are 2 years left on a contract. So, of course, unfortunately, just the way the game's coded, they do not pay the buyout clause if they poach somebody. But it now means that they won't just wait till that last year of someone's contract to make a move. They will, if they go into the final 2 years of their contract, they will try and do that. So maybe Gasly still had... he still had a year left before them, when they made the offer for the following season, and they bought out that year, and maybe that's why they've got a big debt. Maybe they had to pay off somebody to make room for Gasly. Maybe they changed their staffing. We're not sure, or maybe they just spent a lot refurbing a facility right before they started the new year. I mean, their boardrooms at 100. Their scouting department, well, we can ignore that. The helipads at 100, hospitality's at 97, race sims at 97. That would have been an expensive refurb. CFD sims at 97. That would have been expensive as well. You know, they all add up. So maybe that's why they're in debt. Williams. Let's check in with the chat. Is homologation on that screen somewhere, or did I really just come out with that word? It's a real word, and it is part of the actual engine regulations. There are engine homologation periods where they have to submit their engine as it is, and the specs of the engine, and there are catch-up periods penciled in for a couple of points throughout this season, and then I'm not sure about next season. But yeah, homologation is a real word and does have real F1 meaning. So let's take a look at Williams. They have a very small starting balance, but they're not in debt. We are going to introduce a new custom engine, and it's going to be BMW. So we actually need to go ahead and do that soon. We'll come back to this in a second. Their facilities, a lot of them are quite low, so it might not be the best year for Williams this season. We shall see. We'll continue checking the other teams before we do anything else. Haas, Toyota, they're on Honda engines because Toyota, Honda. That's why I went with Honda engines for them. We will keep them on that. They're on minus 8.5 mil. Haas have had to bring in 2 brand new drivers this season because they've lost Perez and Behrman. So, yeah, a lot of debts starting for Haas. Maserati have a minor debt. That might be... I don't know if that's related. We probably should have checked their balance before we signed Fornaroli for them, but we've given them a really good young driver with a lot of potential. So They should be happy. They are using Ferrari engines. We want them using Ferrari engines. Italians sticking together. Audi are using their Audi engines. They are 8 mil in debt themselves, and their facilities aren't looking too great in terms of levels for wear rates and stuff, but they are looking pretty good in terms of actual levels. So level 2 across the board with a level 3 design center in car development. That's pretty decent. Their operations stuff, the weather center's rubbish, but everyone's is, I would imagine. The scouting department is just a basic level, and you don't really need a scouting department, so that's fine. And that just leaves us and Aston. So Aston are using Honda engines. They have just under $1 million in debt. They are looking pretty strong facility wise in terms of their levels here. Nothing here really standing out as in need of an immediate refurb. A little less so up here, but one of the things I did do with Aston was when we first started this career file was I tweaked their stats in here to represent all the investment that Stroll has been putting into the team. In reality, they've got a brand new wind tunnel, new state-of-the-art facilities, so we bumped some of these up early, which has probably helped with them having a really good year last year. So if you want to make the game extremely easy for yourself, you can use the editor to make all of the current teams in the game be slow and have no money in a way. You could do. There's no fun in that at all. What we did was we started this series by making us definitely the worst team by a considerable margin, and we've struggled to close the gap. We are at the moment 4% off at the bottom of the performance chart, and that's the closest we've been in a couple of years. We've managed to claw our way back a bit. So this has not been an easy series. And then there's us. We are using the Cadillac engine. We are not tweaking anything in here. We don't need to. And then this is the state of our facilities. So we're going to need to spend some money to refurb our factory. We're going to refurb the car. Well, actually, that's going through right now, I believe, the car park test centre. And then everything else is okay. Weather centre needs a refurb. We know about that. We're going to ignore that for a bit. So let's go back to performance and let's create a brand new engine, a BMW engine for Williams. So we want to... Actually, have I got too many? No, there we go. So, new engine. Okay, so I want to try and balance this with us. So we're going to go essentially with our stats, but with 90 on the power because it's their first season, and then we'll tweak them next season to bring them up a little bit more. So fuel efficiency will go with same as us, 65%. Engine durability 62.5. In fact, actually, let's change this up a little bit. We'll give them 65, so we'll give them an extra 2.5 there. We'll take 2.5 off their gearbox durability, take that down to a 70. There we go. And then ERS, let's give them a little bit more fuel efficiency and a little less ERS durability, so that there is a difference between our two engines. So they want to be at 67.5. There we go. Confirm. And now if we go back to teams, and we want to find Williams, and we want to change the engine to BMW. There we go. And then save those changes. . Gridiron has a mixed opinion on the Mercedes livery. Yeah, I'm not sure about it. Normally I have a very strong reaction to the Mercedes livery. I either really like it or I don't like it. And I'm kind of not sure how I feel about it this year. Again, we've only seen the renders. The lighting is deliberately shadowy in places. It's another livery I'm going to have, like the RedBull livery, I'm going to have to wait to see it in daylight, running properly before I can actually pass judgment. Speaking of which, it was announced yesterday that the first test at Barcelona, which was supposed to be broadcast live every day, is now only going to be live on one day for, I think, an hour, maybe 2 hours, something like that. So we're going to get hardly any official footage at all from the first test at Bahrain, but the second test will still be live as normal. The top angle looks amazing. That's the bit that makes me a bit unsure. I'm not sure I like the thin black stripes separating out the silver like that. That's the bit that's making me unsure about the livery. This is why I need to see it from more angles and with better lighting. Right. So I think we're done with the main bulk of this for now. Now we need to change some driver numbers. So this is why we have this tab open here. And we are going to go into a split tab like that. And we want to go to, it's not records, it's not news, attributes, there we go. So, let's get them in order here. So let's scroll down. These are the current active numbers. We're going to start with Max Verstappen, top of the list. His number is not 81. We are going to be changing that to number 3, which is his new number. And I'm going to have to do it this way. There we go. So Max is now number 3. That's his brand new number. Oscar Piastri, his number is number 1, but it should be number 81. There we go. And number 1 if he's world champion. So we need to change this to number 81. And save changes. Charles Leclerc is still number 16, and that is accurate. There we go. Lando Norris is number 4. That is also accurate. He took that number over from Max Chilton. Hamilton is number 44. That hasn't changed. Russell is number 79. That's wrong. It should be 63. So we need to change that. See, sometimes when they become a champion for the first time, it messes up the whole number system. So this is something that we've needed to do for a couple of years, but just haven't. So we'll do it now. Antonelli, number 12, is correct. There we go. Took that number from NASA when he retired from Formula One and went into other formulae instead. Sainz is still 55. That's correct. Gasly is still number 10. That is also correct. Lindblad, has he been given a number yet, Arvid? I don't think he's in this list. Oh, there he is, number 41. He has been given a number 41, so we can put that in. There we go. Sonoda, still number 22. Hasn't retired yet, so we will keep him as he is. Let's actually just bump his growth up by a couple of points. What's his rating at? 85. Actually, let's just get to 30 instead. We'll give him an extra point of growth. There we go. So he's fine. Ollie Behrman, number 87, is correct. Alex Albon, still number 23. That is also correct. Hadjar, number 6. That's correct. That's his number on his helmet. Moving down, Bortoletto, number 5. Yes, took that over from Vettel. Bottas, back on the grid. We need to see, has he got a new number or is he still 77? He's still 77. He hadn't been retired or out of the sport long enough because he was only out for 1 season. If he'd been out for 2 years, he could potentially have lost that number. So we'll give him his proper number back. So save that. Esteban Ocon, 31 is correct. Liam Lawson, number 30 is also correct. Evening, Nigel. Perez might still have his old number. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was 11, wasn't it? He still has number 11. So we need to give that back to him. Théo Pourchaire doesn't have a number because he's not anywhere on this grid. Mick is number 47 and still has that number assigned. No one's taken that number yet. So we are going to give Mick his number back. I've gone too far. There we go. For now, I am going to put Théo on number 98. We may change that at some point in the future, but for now we'll leave him on 98. So 47 for Schumacher. He finally gets his number back. Franco Colapinto, 92. That's wrong. He should be number 43. Jack Doohan, number 7. I think that's correct. Yes, it is. Freddie Vesti doesn't have a number. He's 82 at the moment, which is not assigned to anyone, so we'll leave him on that. Fornaroli is listed as 81. That's Piastri's number. We need to change that. So let's put him on 83. In fact, no, let's put him on 79. No one's using 79. Lance Stroll, number 18, is correct. Logan Sargent, number 2, that is correct. Ugo doesn't have a number. He's got 36, and that is unassigned, so we will leave him on 36. Alexander Dunn is not assigned a number. We will give him 82. Felipe Drugovich doesn't have a number. I don't think he's ever been assigned one, because reserve drivers don't have entitlement to a permanent number until they actually make the grid for real. So yeah, no number for him, so we'll make him 83. Iwasa, we'll make him number 84. Nagel, it's 34. That's unassigned. We'll leave him on that. Pato O'Ward is number 90. We'll leave him on that number. It's unassigned. Stoffel, we can't give him his old number, number 2, because that's currently occupied. What was the last one I gave? Was it 84? It was. So let's give Stoffel number 85. We're filling up the blanks in this bottom end here. Joe, what was his number when he was on the grid? he's still on the list, or has the number been reassigned to somebody? Joe, 24. Okay. Zay Maloney doesn't have a number. We'll make him number 86. Sanhueza. He's number 72. That is not assigned to anybody, so we'll leave him on that. Gabriele Mini is number 58. That's not assigned. We'll leave him on that. Bobby Schwartzman. We'll have to bump him up to 88. Actually, I want to keep that number vacant. Let's go 89. Jack Aitken won't be back in the game. Daniel Ricciardo, he's on number 91. Let's make him number 33, given that we've taken Max's number away. There we go. Giovinazzi, he was number 99. We will give him his number back. There we go. Magnussen. What was Magnussen's number? It was number 20, wasn't it? That still hasn't been taken by anybody else. So we'll give Magnussen number 20 back. He's only going to be on the grid for another couple of seasons before he retires. Zach O'Sullivan, or at least available. Zach O'Sullivan is actually already selected as 88. Okay, we'll leave him on that. Beganovic, 96. That's a clear number. We'll give him that. Pepe Marti, number 81. That needs to change. We don't have a number 90 yet, so let's go with a number 90. Rafa Kamara. Let's make him a 90. Oh, did I have a 91? 89. Yeah, 91. We can make him 91. Caitlin, 35. Sergei Sorokin's number. He's not coming back. That's fine. Jack Crawford, 64. Nobody's number. That's fine. Kasper Stuka, 52. Nobody's number. That's fine. Tim Tramnitz, number 8. That's Grosjean's number. He's not coming back. That's fine. Joshua Durskin. Yeah, Marty can't use 3 because that's Max's new number. Barnard can't use 77 because that's Valtteri's number. Drogovic can't. Well, actually, no, he could use 28. So, yeah, let's go back to Drogovic. Where is he? Let's give him number 28. If that's his old number. There we go. So where did we get to? We got down to Caitlin Newey. She was fine, taking over from someone. Jack Crawford at 64. We'll leave him on 64. That's an untaken number. Kasper Stuka, 52. That's an unclaimed number. He's fine. Tramnitz. Yeah, we got to Tim Tramnitz, didn't we? Number 8. And that was Roman Grosjean, yeah. Joshua Durskin, 81. Okay, let's make that 83 to replace Drogovic, who was using that number a moment ago. Callum, 95, is unassigned. That's fine. Hirakawa, 81. That needs to change. Let's go 96. Stenshorn, 75. That's unassigned. That's fine. Mansell, 69, is unassigned. Aguilar, number 33. That's now Daniel Ricciardo. So let's see. Let's pop him up to 34. We might have another 34, but we'll see. We can always come back in and change it if we need to. I didn't save that change. There we go. Noel, 81. Yeah, we need to change that. Let's go down 1 to 80. Roman Staniak, 81. We need to change that. Let's go down to number 70 and start building up from 70. $60 is fine. 62 is fine. 94 is fine. Taylor Barnard, that's got to change. Let's go to 29. Fittipaldi, 51. Well, he's never going to get on the grid anyway, but that's fine. Joshua Dufek, 59 is fine. James Wharton, 67. That's fine. Brando Padoa, 25. That's fine. Vern's not coming back anytime soon. Solov, 93. That's okay. Wadsworth Warren. We are going to make him 88 miles an hour. For Dino. It's a shame I can't make him 24 for Dino's number, but unfortunately we've given 24 back to Joe. Noah Stromstead, 81 needs to change. We've got too many at that number. 71 for him will be fine. And if we get some clashes and some of these young rookies, we can change as we need to. If we notice drivers stacking the same number. Magnussen's on 20, so this needs to change. Neither of those two are on the grid anymore, so let's just try him on 21 and hope I haven't given that to someone else already. Charlie Wirtz, number 53, is Rossi's number. That's fine. Did I save Tuka? Yes, I did. Sammy has a possibility of getting on the grid because he's only 24, so let's go with 74. Sebastian Montoya, make him 75. Bruno, number 28. Did we just give that to Drogovic? We did. 29 could be free, so we'll try that. Nikita Bedrin, only 22. Good chance he might make it on the grid. Let's give him Kvyat's number. Let's give him 26. There we go. Whamstacker. There's a name for you. He's 39. That's safe. Another one on 81. So many on 81. That's too many. 99. Yeah. She's not gonna. Yeah, he's not gonna make the grid. I don't think. Bibber's not gonna make the grid. There's so many. All right, well, we'll leave it at that for now. We've done most of the drivers who are likely to get on the grid. We've done all the way down to a 65 ranking, and you know, nobody under the ranking of 75 is getting on the grid. So we are done with attributes there. We don't need to move anybody else into... Well, we might need to. Let's check. Who doesn't have much in the way of reserves? Let's... close that down. Don't need that now. So, let's see. Haas and Audi don't have much in the way of young drivers. Yeah, Wadsworth is in free agency. Oh, damn, I didn't mean to do that. Hopefully it hasn't done anything. Back to teams. Contracts. There we go. I don't really want to mess with anyone who's currently assigned to a lower formula. So let's look at some of the ones who aren't. Like Drugovic. Drugovic deserves a chance at the team. Let's give Drugovic a run at Audi. Let's put him on a $1 million a year deal. And we'll give him a 2-year deal. Who else? Rafa. Let's give him a chance at Haas. On a 1-year deal. He's still got more time left, so we'll just give him 1 year and see if anyone picks him up next season. And we'll leave it at that. I think that is all the editing that we need to do. So we need to generate a new save file. There it is. Shrink that back down. There we go. And from where is it? I only have those 2 folders open. So let's open up here the save file shortcuts. Let's open up here downloads. There's save 12. Drag and drop. Replace. Let's go back to the game. And let's have a look and see if that has changed. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look at the driver market, put them in alphabetical order, and let's have a look down for Fornaroli. And he is not there. Who else did we retire? Rafa Kamara. Okay, so this is the save file before we just edited it. So now we are going to load the file that we've just updated. And let's see. They should be there now. There we go. Leonardo Fornaroli. And it has kept his image, and it's given him the overalls for VCARB because we've moved him over to Maserati. Hamilton hasn't announced his retirement yet. We're not going to offer him a new contract. I can't afford to. Just sacking him this season would cost me 63 mil and $4. But we're going to mess around with, stuff like approaching max, etc. tomorrow when we actually get started. There he is, currently in free agency at 31 years old. So now we need to mess about with mods. So let's minimize that down again. Let's go back to the 4K display. And now we're going to be looking at mods here. So we need to make some changes. First thing I need to do is find the realistic racing file. And I need to strip those out. And then we need to go to the mod library. Go into my gameplay mods and find 4.1. I don't need to update the binaries because I'm already running the binaries. So I just literally need those files there. There we go. And then let me rename this file. Realistic Racing version 4.1.1. There we go. So we're now running a more recent version of Realistic Racing. So if we go into... oh, we got a new livery. It's a Williams overwrite by the look of it. It's nice. It's very nice. So this is what we're looking for. 4.1.1 beta. No, not potentially a new team, because I'd have to overwrite Williams to do it, and I would literally only overwrite the livery and not anything else. So, not something I really want to use, unfortunately. So, you can see current version is in beta. Other things we are going to potentially look at is actually going into... where's the modular version? Here we go, modular. Okay, so X mode is not compatible with the main mod, so we'd have to uninstall the main mod, which we've just dropped in. Let's take that out. So we want... what's hard version? See, I'm just using the basic version at the moment, 4.1. Right, where's X mode? That's something I wanted to add in. Has he got rid of X mode? So we've got incidents. Yeah, we don't want that. Racing sim. can't see it. It used to be part of the mod. I want to make sure I haven't accidentally removed something from the mod, so we'll re-download it. Okay, so Steam version. The binaries is literally just the executable, but we've already got that installed. So content packs, yeah, it's not that. So if it's going to be somewhere, it's going to be another. We've got incidents, we've got no red flag when crash on the racing line. Racing sim has yield distance for blue flags. It's just, yeah, X mode isn't here anymore. That was something that was in version 3. Maybe it needs a lot more work. Okay, so what we'll do then is we will run just the standard version. But we'll put the upgrade on it as well to make it harder. That could really, really shake things up. So let's drop those there. Let's find what else I need, which is upgrade to hard version. Install the main mod first and then copy those 3 files. It's going to paste over those, isn't it? Yeah, we want to replace those files. There we go. So we're going to run the hard version of Realistic Racing, version 4. Whew. Okay. That could make things very interesting indeed. So, what else do we need to do? We've got the Moët Champagne. We've got the race leaderboard. We need to change tyres. So, we're going to remove that. Go back to the mod library. So, let's open that up here. Desktop. Manager mods, mod library. So I'm looking at visual mods, tire suppliers, and I want the new Pirelli 2026 tires. So we're going to copy that and paste that in here. There we go. Leaving the face pack alone as is. If you're using a sponsor as part of your team name and you're using BRM, would you put the sponsor before or after? Before, I think. Yeah, because it was like the Marlboro McLaren, the Rothmans Williams, the Camel Lotus, so on and so forth, the John Player Special Lotus. You know, the Martini Williams Golf McLaren, so on and so forth. Yeah, put the sponsor name first. Yeah, this tyre mod's actually been out for a little while. If we go back to the home page There it is. F1 2026 tyre pack. GLXFX is Little Onion on Patreon. Yeah, he popped that out in December the 10th, right after they were shown in the testing for the tyre test. So we've got the tyres, we've got the racing. I don't think there's anything else there we need to change. Leave those as they are. Let me check there's nothing missing. I know there's no keeping an eye on facilities mod in that pack, but we took it out because we're doing it through the database editor. So I want to go to gameplay mods, add-ons, driver transfer. We don't need that one because we're already doing that through the database editor. Reduced confidence, yes. Regression, yes. Mentality, yes. Okay, and then we've got the UI attributes as well, which is what gives us the change. So it just shows +1 or -1 when we're looking at stats and the driver has a change in their confidence level or their mentality level. Let's see. Now we get to the fun stuff. So we need to change helmets for some of these drivers. So Charles Leclerc has moved to Red Bull. So let's get into helmets. Let's get to driver helmets. Charles Leclerc. And I have a Red Bull helmet ready and waiting. Looks like he's in car 1. But we need to double check that. Let me check this in the game. So Oscar is in car 2. Yeah, that's good. So no need to make any changes there. So we need the car 1. We will copy those files. Let's go into here. Packs files. Not team. Is it team helmet? No, it's in here. Dynamic helmets. Drivers helmets. Charles Leclerc. So that's his default Ferrari one, and we're now going to give him a Red Bull helmet. There we go. So who else do we need to change? Antonelli, Norris is the same. Sainz, Behrman has gone to Ferrari. I should have a pack for Behrman. I do. Let's check which car Behrman has gone into. He's in car 2. Sainz has moved to car 1, but I shouldn't need to change anything for him. Car 2 for Ollie Behrman, Ferrari helmets, copy. Let's find Oliver Behrman. There we go. No change at Aston, it's still Sergio Renocon. We don't have a helmet pack for either of those two, so they're still using the default Better Team Helmets mod to give them generic helmets. Russell and Bortoletto hasn't changed. We again still don't have a multi-team pack for Bortoletto. George should be using his. Lawson and Albon hasn't changed. I don't have a multi-team helmet for Lawson, just Red Bull or Racing Bulls. No change here. These are Myteam helmets, and we've got them both. Haas have got Gasly and Valtteri. I don't have multi-team helmets for either of those two. So they might both be running the same helmet. Lindblad, don't have a helmet for him. Schumacher has got a helmet. Perez, I don't have a multi-pack for him, I don't believe. I don't even have a generic helmet for him for any other team other than his default. So yeah, where is Checo? It's not in there at all. So he'll have to use a default helmet. Stroll doesn't have a multi-team pack, so he'll be using a default helmet. They might have the same helmet this year. Colapinto, again, we don't have a default helmet for him, so he'll be using generic, because the only ones we've got are coded for either Williams or Alpine. And he's at neither of those teams, so we can't put a helmet on him, and we can't do one for Pato. I don't have a multi-pack for Valtteri either. So again, he's going to have to run defaults. What else do I need to do? Now we need to do liveries. So, I've been umming and ahhing about what liveries I want to change. But first thing we're going to do is make sure that what we have done hasn't crashed the game. So, we are going to close the game down. There we go. And we're going to relabel this for 2029. There we go. Let's come back out of here. Go to the packs folder. So I need to add that in. And now I need to take the other one out. Otherwise there'll be all sorts of horrible clashing. There we go. And then if I refresh... There we go. So that's our 2029 career mods. So now we need to boot up and do a quick test. You can change helmet designs. You can if you pay for them. Little Onion is the king of helmet mods. I'll show you his page in a minute. Let's just get the game loaded up first. Well, this is the autosave, isn't it? So this might be the wrong file, but we'll check. Let's see. Is Ferrari in here? Yes, he is. Okay, that's fine. So let's do a quick check, shall we? Let's quit to the main menu. And let's jump into a scenario. Actually, no, this isn't going to work because it's going to have the wrong grid. Okay, so there is something we can do to test, but it does mean we're going to have to very, very quickly just skim through the first 2-3 months of the season. Confirm. Confirm. Go. Confirm. I thought I got rid of Ian Greg for a second. Then I was thinking of Marco Peroni. I was like, didn't I just fire you? What are you still doing here? All right, while I'm skimming forward, I'm going to pop an advert. So I'll see you in a minute. Did anyone get one? I didn't get one pop up on my screen. No, you did not. All right, I'm going to push the button again and let me see if it actually works. I might have to manually insert it instead. That button says it's working. Not going to bother looking at any of the emails. Not going to bother doing any investigation into car performance. Don't want to give myself any kind of unfair advantage going into the start of the new season tomorrow. I just literally want to get to a point where we can see cars on track and test.
A very warm welcome to you all. It sure does feel good to be back. Every team and driver
Alright, so we're going to simulate this session because there's going to be a lot of reserves running in this session. And that's no use to us at all. And let's go out now.
Green light.
So we're still running exactly the same livery as we were. No change there yet. Might change the livery. Might keep it as is. Haven't decided yet. But I want to see if the helmets are all working. So let's speed time up a bit.
Good for me too.
Get a few drivers on track. Okay, so Sonoda should still be running the same as before. The Valvoline on the side, but it's the Aramco helmet. Ocon will have the actual proper Valvoline helmets. Perez is on track. And I believe he'll be running the default Audi helmet, which he is. Valtteri behind is running a default Haas helmet. There is a difference between the two helmets. That's good. It's subtle, but it is noticeable. Let's go back this way. So there's Gasly, and you can see we've got that sort of chevroning, and it's a slightly grayer helmet. And if we go to Valtteri, the carbon weave is slightly less defined, and it's a plain white with a red circle on the side. So, we've got two separate helmets there. That's good. That's something. Who else is on track? Lawson hasn't changed. He's still running the default BMW helmet. So there's nobody else we can check just yet. Let's speed them up a bit more. We're waiting for Behrman. I'm waiting to see if Sainz's helmet is still correct, even if he's on the... now he's on the other car. Here's Ollie Behrman. And you can see we now have Ferrari sponsors on Ollie Behrman's helmet. Evening, PR. Realised Perez and Stroll are teammates again. Yes, they are. That could be interesting. So there we go. We've got a new Ferrari adorned helmet there. That's good. Sportoletto's still running the stand-in Mercedes McLaren helmets. Sainz not out on track yet. No Leclerc yet. Antonelli's helmet should be fine. Yep, that's fine. Need to speed them up a bit more. Okay, so Ocon should still be running Valvoline, and he is. Got an interesting default helmet for Lindblad. Default Alpine colours, but it's very different from the yellow helmet that Mick wears, so I'm fine with that. You know, it's not what his real helmet's going to look like, but it's something a little bit different. All right, so yeah, I'm happy with him to have that helmet. That's good. Don't need to change anything there then. We've done Bottas, Colapinto. That looks like a Red Bull coming out. Bortoleto, we've done Stroll. Should be running the same helmets as Valtteri. Yes, he is. There is unfortunately no difference in those. Antonelli, we've checked, is fine. Gasly is running one of the two slight variants on that we know of. Russell has got his McLaren variant of his normal helmet. That's good. Schumacher's still got his yellow Dragon helmet with Alpine written on the front. That's his wet helmet. And Oscar Piastri's out. That's his Red Bull variant of his helmet. Still waiting on Charles Leclerc. Pato Ward's out. Now, there are two subtly different helmets for Maserati. Is Colapinto still on the track? Yes, he is. So that's one helmet. And that's the other one. Very subtle differences, but they are there. One has silver trim. One has white trim and slightly more markings on it. A little bit brighter. Leclerc is here. And there we go. We've got Red Bull branding. We've got the Leclerc Monaco stripe across the top of his helmet. It looks like it's a white helmet baseline as well. Or white and red split. Once again, let's see if we can get a good angle. There we go. So there is Charles Leclerc in his brand new Red Bull helmet. We can get a good side-on shot. There we go. Who else do we need to check? Sights. Is Sights running his normal helmets? Yes, he is. That's good. The script to keep original helmets, original teams still working fine there. Norris has still got his Mercedes variant of his default helmet. That's still working, that's good. And we've already seen Pato. So I think that's all the drivers, isn't it? Yeah, that's all the drivers. Okay, so we need to shut the game down. Because now we need to decide what we're going to do about liveries. Oh, yeah, so I was going to show you Little Onion's Patreon, didn't I? So Mr. Only is the guy who's been doing the 2026 car models. So these are those at the moment. You can see we've got Red Bull, Mercedes, Audi. These three were done before the end of last season, as you can see, 18th of November on the Audi. And then we had the Williams done, that's still a concept. The McLaren, that's still a concept. And then this dropped right after, I think the very next day after the reveal. And then the Haas dropped the day after that, or a couple of days after that. So we've got two that are pretty accurate from what we've seen on the launch. The rest are all concepts. But there are some issues with the actual car model itself that I don't know if they've been resolved yet. The ones I've got haven't been, but I haven't been a member of the channel for a little while. I'm going to wait till the rest of these models are out before I resubscribe. But this is Little Onion, and he's the king of the helmets. So we've got a pack for Ollie Behrman, for Oscar, for George. So these are the different versions. That's his Red Bull variant. Going to Mercedes. If he went to Williams. Or to Ferrari. Or to Alpine. To Aston. To Haas. Sauber. And then RB. There's an RB variant, which is a little different to the racing, to the Red Bull variant. As you can see, some subtle changes. And there are packs for a number of drivers, not all of them. He does plan to do it for all the main drivers. But yeah, Ollie Behrman, Oscar Piastri, George Russell, Max Verstappen. So if Max moves to different teams, we can do that for him as well. Fernando Alonso, Kimi Antonelli, a Charles Leclerc pack. So I can show you that Ferrari helmet in a bit more detail now. Or the Red Bull variant, sorry. So let's see. That is Aston. McLaren. Williams. Alpine. Haas. Sauber. Racing Bulls. So you got the Visa RB there. And then Red Bull. And this is the one that we've just installed for him to run at Red Bull. Right. Let's shoot that down a bit. Let's go into liveries. So, what livery do I want to change? Let's go into the mod library. Let's go into visual mods, liveries, team liveries. So I want to change a couple. We are going to continue the evolution of Mercedes with Crown Strike. So we're going to use Jody's Crown Strike Light mod that is available on... oh, my free trial has ended. That's okay. I'll just use the... I'll just use Zip instead. There we go. So we're going to use the Crown Strike Light, which basically looks like that. It's a natural evolution of the two different Crown Strike liveries that we've run, the silver and the black versions that we've run over the last 2 seasons. In fact, actually, we didn't run the black version last year, did we? I was going to, and then I went straight to silver. And then I ran silver for 2 years in a row, I think. So, but we will go to this one. We'll give this one a run. So, unfortunately, the white version is locked behind a paywall on his Patreon. So, I'm not made of money, unfortunately. I can only contribute so much to so many people before I run out of cash. So we will use this. So I need to copy those. Let's go into our F1 Manager 2025 DLCs. No, is it there? It's car, isn't it? Mercedes. And we're going to paste those there, and we'll remove... Oh, I probably didn't want to remove all of that. Right. That's just delivery. Okay. Hopefully we'll be okay. It might default their normal color scheme on their overalls and stuff back. We are running the what else do I need to change? We're going to update Williams to a different variation of their livery, but it should already be available to choose, I think. Let me have a look. I might be thinking of something different. So Little Onion did the BMW Williams. How many actual liveries was it? Was it just the one? Yeah, it's just the one livery. So we'll leave it as is. What I do want to do is change McLaren. And we're going to get rid of the McLaren white that we're running. And we're going to run the McLaren Golf. So I need to extract these. There we go. So we're going to run the Golf livery for McLaren this season. What else do I want to change? Ferrari, maybe. I want to change Aston. I was planning on changing Aston to high-tech, but then I realized that high-tech's actually an Alpine replacement, and we replaced Alpine last year with Nissan. So I don't want to change them again, a year later. So there will be no high-tech this season, unfortunately. Maybe next year. We'll see how Nissan get on this year. If they do well, then they'll stay. If they have a really bad year, then they'll sell to high-tech. So I want to go into Aston, and I want one of these, and I can't remember which one it is. No, Mr. Only. And because I'm no longer a member on this channel, I can't view all the images. They're all kind of blurred out after the initial one, and I can't read the descriptions either. This is a bit frustrating. But I believe what I want is in here. Maybe it's not this one. Don't think it's in here. Maybe it is a Little Onion. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. So it's Little Onions 1.2 that I want. And I think it's this one. Aston Martin Honda 1.1. Yes, this is it. So I want that, and I want that. We want to get rid of the Do Yellow that we've been running. We want to copy those and then paste those in there. And that's Aston updated for 2029. I don't know if we're going to change Ferrari. I've got quite a few different Ferrari options. Who wants to see a black Ferrari? We could do a black Ferrari. Can't remember if it's Little Onions or not. Let's have a quick look. So we've got the Monza Fantasy livery, black with a little bit of red towards the back of it. Let's zoom in on these images for you. But there is another one, and that might be a Mr. Only one. Yeah, and that one's essentially all black and yellow. But again, it's going to be blurry, so you're not going to be able to see it there. Let me see if I can zoom in. There. So you've got black and yellow, and just black and yellow, or we've got black and yellow with some red and slightly different driver suits. It might cause a problem identifying this against the Mercedes, but it shouldn't do. You want this one. All right. Okay. Let's zoom back out again. So let's go to Ferrari. We're running the WEC edition. We have got the WEC yellow edition. We've been running the red. So if I go down here, we've been running this one this season. There is the inverse of this. So yellow with a red flash rather than red with a yellow flash. So that's what we've been running this year. What we could do is we could switch it round like that. So while I'm looking at the other teams, I'll throw up the poll in the chat. Let me start a poll. Oops. Help if I could spell. There we go. Poll is live. Which one do you want? This one here, the yellow one with the red flash, or the black one with the yellow trim and the red flash? Cast your votes. I will continue to look at... So there you've got the two images there. Let's see if I can zoom in a bit more for you while I'm looking. There you go. There's your two options. This one here, the Monza livery or the WEC yellow. Those are your choices. I will look at the other teams while you are casting your votes. I am looking at maybe putting the yellow nodes back on the RedBull. Let's do that. Let's put the yellow nodes back on. You have a little bit more time to cast your votes if you haven't already. So we've updated RedBull, we've updated Mercedes, McLaren. We're going to update Ferrari. We've updated Aston. Can't update Alpine. There's only the one livery for Nissan. got to wait till we get back in the game before we can look at changing our own livery. And that might also depend on the vote that's going through at the moment as well. Evening, Mike. There's a vote going on in the chat to determine which Ferrari livery we have next year. This one, the black with red at the back and then some yellow trim, or this yellow with red trim. Those are the choices for the 2029 Ferrari livery. Does Toyota have an alternate? It does, but nothing different from what we've already got or have already run. So I've got a black and a white version. We ran the white version in 2027. 2028, we ran the Haas Toyota Black Edition. I have got this one, which is slightly different, but that's still with Haas branding. It's very, very, very similar to the one we're running right now. The other option is that we... so no, these are the two that we've chosen. We ran those, I believe. Let me have a quick look at Mr. Only's Patreon for Haas. See if we can decipher which ones are which. So we can't run this one because that's the 2026 model. We've already run this livery. And we've already run an equivalent of that this season. But it's a slightly different version of that one. We've run Little Onions, which is... this one. So that's what we've been running. We do have this one, which is a little bit different. But it's still black. The white version we've already run. And then this livery, the white and black, is basically just a white Haas with black lettering and a black Haas with white lettering. But it's essentially just a Haas. So I don't want to roll back because that gets rid of the GR logo. I suppose we could switch over to this one. So it's a subtle change. So let's go with this one then. And we'll paste that in there. Let's get rid of that. There we go. So that's Haas done. Let's have a quick check on the poll. Only 6 votes so far. Anyone else want to cast their votes? It is the yellow and red at the moment that's winning. A reminder, these are the options. This one here, the black with a bit of red at the back and then some yellow trim, or the reverse of what we've been running last year, the WEC, but with yellow and red as opposed to red and yellow. Stick your vote up on the poll if you want to see which one of those will be our livery for next season. We'll give you a couple more minutes. So Alpine we can't do, Aston we've done, this we can't do yet. Ferrari we're waiting on a result. Haas we've done, McLaren we've done, Mercedes we've done. Racing Bulls I can't do, there's only one Maserati livery, and again I don't want to change them to a new team so soon after having them run just one season as Maserati. RedBull I updated the livery to put the yellow nose cone back on. Audi I don't have any alternate Audi liveries that we haven't already used. And Williams, I can't run anything else. So, we're tied, 50-50. We need some. We need a couple more votes to break the tie. Victor tied it up. Okay. Anyone else going to cast a vote? Next vote will basically decide what it's going to be. All right, he's still deadlocked at the moment. So while that's going on, we're going to reboot. Check the mods that we've put in are working. Checking nothing's crashed. No, it is loading. There we go. And let's throw in another ad break.
Green light.
All right, so let's have a look at the updated Toyota Haas. Got a bit of white on the engine cover this time. Slightly different positioning on the GR logo. So we do have a subtle change from last season. Oh, we have a tiebreaker. It's yellow and red is going to be the livery for next season. Let's take a look at the Aston. Still with the AMR branding on the engine cowl like last time, but we've gone back to green, but with a lot of white on the car. So it's a very, very similar design, just a slightly different colour scheme to the Do Yellow that we had. So Williams are unchanged. Let's hide that. The Audi is unchanged because we don't really have any other Audi replacements that we haven't already used. One last look at the current Ferrari before we invert those colours. There is the McLaren. Evening, Micon. So McLaren will be running a Golf colour scheme for the year. There is the updated Mercedes. Who else do we change? Ah, yeah, we've updated the nose on the RedBull. There we go. So, essentially the same livery as before, but with the return of a yellow nose as opposed to just that dark blue colour. Let me check driver numbers, actually. Is Mick running number 47? Yes, he is. 47 on his car. Colapinto, what number is he running? Number 43. Okay. Ocon is 31. Behrman, 87. Perez should be running 11. And he is. Lindblad is running 41. Bottas should be 77. He is. Antonelli running 12. Yes. Lawson should be running the right number as well, number 30. Sonoda 22. Bortoletto number 5. Stroll 70. He's running 18. Yeah, that's correct. Very slanted ones there. Gasly running number 10. Sainz 55, we already know that. Russell should be running 63 because we had to change his number back. And the spacing's a bit weird, but it is there, 63. Leclerc running 16. Piastri is running 81. He's not running number 1. So we are going to need to go back into the editor and sort that. And the others aren't on track yet. Okay, so closing the game down again. Let's bring back the window. So you have voted, you have spoken. This is our livery for Ferrari. So let's go into Ferrari here, and we want to go to Little Onion's Patreon files. I'm going to need to re-extract these folders. Check it's in here. No, it's not. Did someone put anthems for victories? What you mean, the normal sort of podium celebration music? I can't play that; it's copyrighted. So that's why we don't hear it. It demonetizes my video if that music plays. I had to go through all of my previous videos and painstakingly edit every single one to remove or replace that audio. That was not a fun job. That took a very long time. So that's Ferrari WEC 1.0. Ah, there we go. So Ferrari WEC and Ferrari 1.0. Okay. So that just has that file. That's all we need. It would seem. So let's go back into here. Do I need the WEC add-on? No, I don't. So let's take those out. And put that in. What did I think of the Merc reveal today? I don't know is the honest answer and what to think about it. It's these stripes on the side. I'm not sure about those. I'm really not sure what to think about the not quite Adidas stripes. Where are the rest of the images? Dino was bang on the money about them having Microsoft as a partner. See, from this angle, it looks really good. I'm not sure about that stripe. Yeah, it's not showing the rest of the images. Oh yeah, Dorian Pinn has been promoted up to a development driver alongside Freddie Vesti. So congratulations to her. These guys showed. Oh, go away. I hate websites that now force you to either... Yeah, there we go. That shot there. It's that shot there that just... I don't know if I like that. I like it from that angle. I think it looks really good from that angle. That angle there, I don't know. It makes me feel a little bit uneasy about... And it's weird because normally I'll look at the Mercedes livery and I'll instantly go, I really like that, or I'm not a fan. But I'm in two minds for the first time in a while. I'm in two minds. I didn't like their 2022 livery. Did not like that at all. Really like 23. Really like 24. Really like this year. Not a fan of 22, but not sure how I feel about this one. Right, we need to reload the game again, don't we? Now that we've got the Ferrari livery sorted. Oh, actually, before we do that, we still have the same file open. Let's go into Oscar. Oh, wow, that's his contract, 29.3 mil a season. We want to go in here. Let's toggle that off. Save. Toggle that on. Save changes. And let's see if that actually fixes his number. We'll have to check that separately before we check the livery, or after we check the livery. So, go to practice, manage session, continue. And we're now just waiting on a Ferrari. There we go, Behrman's on track. There is your 2029 Ferrari. Looking very bright in yellow. Yeah, still red on everything else there, but it should be yellow on the overalls. Okay, so now we can close that down. We can go to our downloads. We can take the save file, and we want to cut that. Paste it in here. And reboot the game. '22 wasn't the all black. 21 was the W14. 22 was the silver with the red engine cowling, or the red airbox with the Ineos on it. You're thinking of the 2021 season and the 2020, I think, as well. But the 2021 season was definitely the black car. Oh no, that's the autosave. It's not going to be there. So we need to actually load, and this is going to pop us right back to the beginning of the season again. Oh, 23 was all black as well. But they went to silver for 22, and I was not a fan. What am I looking for? Drivers. Piastri. Driver number 81, but we won't know. He's only on a 2-year deal. Oh, he's got 2 years left, hasn't he? Because he signed last year. So Leclerc is on a 3-year deal. 29, 30, and 31. That's going to be an interesting fight for the World Championship between those two. Yeah, if I open up the browser... Oh, no, not the Microsoft Store. Let's get rid of that. I can show you the liveries I'm talking about. But not here. It must be in Little Onions. So it wasn't that one, I don't think. That was the W11. That was the 2020 livery with a lot of stars on the back. They changed that to make it quite so dense with stars for 2021. Which is a really nice clean livery. I have seen the original Mercedes out there. It's not this one. I'm trying to remember where I've seen it now. Let me check, see if it's on here. No, it wasn't on here. Maybe it was... maybe it was on here. No. I don't know then. There was... maybe it was this one I saw. But there was... the 2022 Mercedes I did not like at all. I liked the design with the no side pods. I just didn't like the livery itself. I can't find it. Right. So we can't check Oscar having number 1 until the first race of the season. So we'll check that tomorrow. And if we have to, we'll manually push his number into number 1. But what we can do is we can look at our own livery now. So we have some options. They are all around where our current livery is selected. I'm just going to find them now. There we go. So we've got pink. We've got what we're running right now, which is the blue with the white nose. So there's the pink. We've got red. Could be interesting to run a red Cadillac, given that there's no red Ferrari on the grid anymore. We've got the blue without the white nose. We've got the yellow. There are, I think, others out there. At least I thought there were others. Easiest way to show you, actually, is going to be in here. Because it is this. The other option is black with custom sponsors, but that's too much black on the grid, I think, already with Toyota and with the new updated Mercedes we're running. So let's not do that. So we've got this one here, which is blue with a blue nose. We've got the one that we've been running with a slightly different engine cover as well. Or we've got the pink version, again, slightly different engine cover. We've got a yellow version. We've run yellow and gold before, so I'm less inclined to go with that one. There's another look at that blue one. There's the red one. So it would be nice to update the livery a little bit this year. So it's going to be solid blue. This one, basically. Or pink, or the red. Those are your choices. Let's throw another poll up, shall we? I'll let you guys choose which livery we run next season. There we go. Poll is live. Cast your votes. And while that's up, I will click through these so you can see it from different angles. That's the red one. That's the pink one. Where's the blue one? There's the blue one. So this is slightly different to the one that we've been running this season, because the one we've been running has had the white nose. Red's taken an early lead. Pink in second. Blue is currently in last place. Well, we have run blue for the last year or two, so maybe not that surprised. Don't just put it in the chat. Put it in the poll that's in the chat. That's the way we're going to decide. Once again, we'll go through the options. So there's the blue one. Give you the pan around. There's the pink one. And there's the red one. You can see that we're also running those 2026 Pirellis now. Red still leads with 50% of the vote. Pink has 33. Blue has 17. If you haven't cast your vote yet, do it now. I'm only going to leave the poll up for another couple of minutes. No, it's just a normal roll-up. It's tied between red and pink. Oh, red's moved into the lead. People trying to whip up support for pink in the comments. Couple more minutes. Come on, my fellow pinkies. Oh, another vote for pink. It's tied again. Next vote for either red or pink will be the casting vote. Yes, get in pink is not something you want to be shouting. That can have very different meanings depending on the situation, Nigel. We need someone to break the deadlock. There we go. There is the pink. One more time. And there is the red. Come on, somebody cast that vote to break the deadlock. I don't think you can change your vote once you've cast it. I'm not sure. Looks like I'm going to have to flip a coin. Yeah, it's looking that way. Let's go pink. Pink is the livery we will go with. It was tied. Oh, red wins by 1%, but it said 44% on the thing. Yeah, I said pink, didn't I? So we'll go with pink. I like the red personally, but I like the enthusiasm of the pink in the chat. So pink is our livery. for next season. Now I'm going to have to change the race suits to match, and the team colours as well. Let's see if we can find an appropriate pink kind of colour that looks pretty similar. Okay, and I'll leave those as black and white for now. That's the team colours. Driver suits. I'm going to leave that as red simply because of the O on the mobile. Actually, no, I think it looks all right in black. If the rest of it was coloured, then I would probably have left it red. But yeah, that looks all right, doesn't it, with a pink stripe? So we'll save that. We're not messing around with the helmet colours because they are prefixed for those particular helmets. Hamilton's helmet and Hadjar's helmet. Let's take a look at the uniforms. That's a lot of very bold colour. That's a lot of pink. Let's take a look at the staff. They're wearing white with a little bit of pink trim and black on the sponsors. The mechanics is going to be what looks interesting. Wow, that's a very, very pink colour scheme on the factory. Wow. That's a little bit too bright, that pink. I might change that. But then that will be our map colour for the mini map, that sort of pinkish colour. Yeah, we'll do that. That's a bit much, but we'll do that. So let's hit save. There we go. And that is the end of the prep for the new series that starts tomorrow. So we have some time left. Why not have a mess about with something a little bit different? Specifically, yeah, that needs to change. What I need to do now is I need to close this down. I need to bring that folder back up. Where is it? There it is. We need to bring that back. So we have our mods set for next season. So now what I need to do is I need to come down to here and I need to drag that out and I need to drag that in. Yeah, the music cuts out way too early. There we go. Let's just skip the rest of that. So, it's the 2013 mod. There we go. Young Hamilton and Nico Rosberg. Targets 7th and 6th. I'm going to whiz through and we're going to do the race. All right, so let me change out the engines. Actually help if I did actually click on them to change them. And I don't normally sim my way through practice, but we're going to this time just because it's already 10:30. So there we go. And we'll just go with whatever tyres we've got left when we get to the race. So let's simulate through to qualifying. And let's see what we've been left with. Ooh, 96% setup. Bit more work needed on Hamilton's. Let's give that a go. Let's change the engines. So the one thing that's a little tricky is the fact that both Hamilton and Rosberg have yellow helmets, although there are differences. But that's the classic Mercedes livery. I actually really like seeing that livery again. I don't like the big white circle of the number, but I do like the basic original Mercedes livery. We also have Valtteri out on the Maldonado edition of the Williams with the Venezuela logo slapped on the back. When they were sponsored by Randstad and Compaq. Oh, wow. Second quicker. Might have been some traffic. We have the Marussia, piloted by Jules Bianchi. We have the best livery of the era, as Charles Pic goes flying through in the Caterham. There it is, the classic Toro Rosso with the actual Red Bull on the side. I loved that livery. I preferred it to the Red Bull. the Toro Rosso. Just, I loved that bull, that red bull on the engine cowling. We also have Force India. And the classic Sauber. Back into independence after their deal with BMW came to an end. We also have the Vodafone McLaren Mercedes. Still a very sexy looking livery. We have the classic 2013 RedBull with the purple. We have the Team Lotus. Still haven't seen the Ferrari. There's Massa coming out of the pits with Massa's helmet as well. I think that's all the teams. Yes, that's all the teams. So let's see how we do. Red Bull have got the best car, but the Mercedes is doing pretty good. Ferrari have been quite pacey as well this season. McLaren a little off the pace, but still potential threats here and there. Renault are actually pretty strong. I say Renault. Lotus are actually pretty strong. And Vettel tops the session. Into Q2. 97. We almost nailed it. So close. So close. I'm not going to change it. We'll have to make do. I'm wondering if I'm running different parts on these cars. I don't remember Hamilton being this much quicker in the previous race. I don't think it's something I can check. Mark 1s, Mark 1s, Mark 2s, and a Mark 3. Mark 1, Mark 1. Mark 3, Mark 1. Something's not right. I'll have to wait till the end of the session and double check. Oh, we got a red flag. Is it Perez? It is Perez. It certainly destroyed the car. There are some bugs, as you can see. Half of the mechanics have got half and half liveries on their uniforms. But I have been having a lot of fun with this mod. We're going to do one more run, which we probably won't need to do, just to guarantee that we get through. We want to whiz through qualifying as quickly as we can here. No improvement for either driver, but it should be enough to get us through. What do I actually have? Tyres, in terms of tyres. Oh, nice. We actually use 2 sets of mediums in practice, so we're going to have 1 set of mediums, 1 set of hards, and 2 sets of 3 sets of softs remaining for qualifying, and that 1 set unlocked as well. So yeah, we're going to have plenty of tyres for Hamilton, and the same for Rosberg. Excellent. The pace margins in this are a lot more substantial than we're used to. So the top teams against the bottom teams, the gulf is much bigger. Much bigger. All right, we are through into Q3 without any real drama. So let me check car parts then. They are running the same chassis. Same front wing, same rear wing, same side pods, same underfloor, same suspension. So they are running the same parts then. Okay. The Red Bull does, when it gets up ahead of steam, is just too fast to be caught at the moment. This was the final season of absolute dominance from Red Bull, 2013, the last of Seb's 4 championships. And ironically, the previous race at Silverstone was won by Mark Webber, and as soon as he crossed the line, I heard myself muttering, "Not bad for a number 2 driver." Yes, thank you, Nigel. Although there was no front wing controversy. Is there no sound in game? Can you guys not hear any game audio?
So we're happy with that lap.
How about now? Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that is. Oh, I know why it is. There, you got it now? Awesome stuff. Right, we are going to make one more run. Ooh, did Hamilton get in Vettel's way there? He did not have a great middle sector. Rosberg improves to third. Not a good first sector for Hamilton. Going to be between Alonso and Webber. We got held up. Massa is starting his lap. It was Alonso that held us up. All right, let's watch Webber, because we're not taking pole position.
Currently P6. So just confirming boxing and back to the garage. Understood.
Rosberg getting out of the way. Webber looking quick. Can he take pole position, even if it's only temporarily? No, he can't. So Alonso has pole, because Massa's middle sector is not great. An old classic design of the helmet there for Fernando. And he's flying in the middle, look. So it's going to be Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, Mercedes at the top. Then it'll be Raikkonen from Button, and both Saubers are in. Wow. Both Saubers made it into the top 10. It's a very grumpy looking Fernando in these. Some of these photos are hilarious. I can't show you all of them, unfortunately. Can I show you any other photos? Yeah, there we go. So there's Hamilton, Vettel, Webber, Rosberg, Alonso, Kimi, Felipe, Jensen, Grosjean, a very, very young Checo Perez. Scroll down a bit more. We've got De Resta, Paul De Resta, Adrian Sutil, Jean-Luc Verne, Esteban Gutierrez, Charles Pic, a very, very young Daniel Ricciardo, a very, very young Nico Hulkenberg, Guido van der Garde, Max Chilton, Valtteri Bottas, also looking quite young, Jules Bianchi, and Pastor Maldonado, who is banned from Monaco for life. All right, race day. I'm going to try this strategy. Might not work. Depends how well the tyres hold up.
Well, it's great to have you with us, folks, as we settle in for the weekend's Grand Prix action. Sauber's driver, focused on the race ahead.
They're in a tight pack starting ninth, so hanging on to points is going to be very competitive.
But there's no more time left. We've got a race on our hands.
And this is what we're going to be using for our What If series. I'm actually going to spend... This is going to take a while. I'm going to go through everything I can in the database for over the weekend and get this prepped for a series to start.
And away we go.
Possibly Sunday afternoon. But I'll keep you updated on the community post as to when this series will start. So Massa has jumped Rosberg. Vettel's having a look as well. Raikkonen's jumped Hamilton. And through goes Vettel. Yes, I'm going to be doing a secondary series running alongside the main series. And it's going to be a What If series starting in 2013. Even though the calendar will say 2024. A little bit of time travel. So Raikkonen has got through as well. We're down to 6th and 7th.
DRS has been enabled. So P7.
You're a big Button fan? Well, there he is.
Gap of 0.5.
Complete with the JB on the side of his helmet. This was Hamilton's helmet in the day, so you can kind of see how it still had those sort of swishes on the side that the stars are now in reality. So the basic core principles of his helmet haven't changed that much over the years. With the lap 3, we haven't touched the battery yet. We are going to turn it on now. Let's see if Rosberg can get the move done.
Overtake is available.
Yes, he can. Raikkonen gets pushed onto the grass. Hamilton gets through as well. And we can go hunting down after Massa and Vettel. Button gets through. Oh, Raikkonen is falling down the order. There he is. He's down in 15th place, and that's Maldonado behind him, which is not a good place to be. I told you it wasn't a good place to be. Right on cue, Maldonado sideswipes Raikkonen. Oh, that's classic timing.
Happened. Looks like the Alpine.
Just punts him off the track.
And for the crew watching on in the garage, that really must have been a hard one to take.
So he's got some wing damage. He's missing the entire right-hand end plate off the front wing. Maldonado will probably get a penalty. Does he have wing damage? No, he doesn't. But he might have some other form of damage because his car's got a little hash next to it. And there's the penalty. As we turn our attention back to these two. So Alonso leads, Webber right behind him in second place. There they are.
So just charge that pack.
And here comes Vettel with Massa, Rosberg and Hamilton in tow. Yeah, Maldonado had two nicknames. One was Crashter and the other was Cashter because of the 30 million or so in sponsor money he brought from Venezuela every year. He crashed her for obvious reasons. The man was a menace. And yeah, he had those moments of brilliance. He got Williams' only win for... He was the last one to win in Williams, actually, I think. I don't think anyone's won at Williams since. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Spain that he got the win, wasn't it? I don't remember what year. It might have been 2013, actually. I'm going to have to look that up now. It's 2012 when Senna was his teammate. So we missed it. Well, I missed it. You guys got to see it. But Rosberg is through past Massa. Tyres are wearing out a bit quicker than I was expecting.
Charge the pack.
Yep.
There was no love lost between Hamilton and Rosberg in 2016. No, that got very acrimonious very quickly. Yeah, with definitely some shenanigans going on Rosberg's side, trying to unsettle Hamilton. All right, we've got a fault for someone. It's Sutil. We're not going to click it because we'll not hear any driver audio for most of these drivers. Alright, so are we catching Vettel? Not really. You see Bono going to Ferrari this year? I don't. If he was going to go, he would have gone at the same time as Hamilton. It will be interesting to see if Hamilton gets to pick his replacement from within the engineer ranks at Ferrari, or whether they bring someone in from outside, which I doubt they'll do, or if they just force a new engineer on him and he has no real input in it. I imagine there'll be some give and take. They'll put forward some candidates and he'll work with the team to decide. But it is an important relationship to have in the team, so they need to make sure they get it right. it's all speculation. I'm just looking at news sources. I'm pretty sure it won't be him. I mean, it could be, but I mean, he got a promotion to head of engineering, head of race engineering in 2024. So I'd be in the same way that GP got that promotion as well. I'd be amazed if he does suddenly up and leave for Ferrari a year later.
Make sure you get that pack up.
Right, we are losing ground to Vettel, partly because our tyres are wearing out faster than his mediums, and partly because we're having to fend from Massa. And Massa gets through, so we'll charge the battery. Oh yeah, Rosberg's tyres are falling off pretty quickly. We're not going to be able to make that strategy work, so we're going to have to go with something a little different. Let's have a look at Hamilton. He's got better tyre wear. I don't think I can do that. No, we'll leave him on that as well. Here we go. Oh yeah, never ever trust anything you read on Facebook. It's almost always going to be bullshit. It's like I said a couple of days ago. Any news that you see at this time of year, you take with a massive pinch of salt, because a lot of outlets just publish the first rumor they hear without any real fact checking, just to get the clicks, because there's no real information out there. And there's always a hunger for information at this time of year, you know, when teams are set to announce or get started with the new season. We have a yellow flag. That is it Raikkonen again? Duress has got a fault. It was Grosjean that ran wide, and it was one of the Lotuses.
Now we're just proceeding through turn 4.
I was looking at the wrong corner.
Just can't keep on the track. And you really can't do that too often with these cars.
So that's a big trip through the gravel for Grosjean, and he's dropped multiple places. Not quite as bad as Raikkonen's drop when he got pushed off, but still significant. Let's give Hamilton a chance to see if he can push on to Massa.
And you have overtake available.
Tyre wear between the two is about the same. You're going to have to box one of them a lap earlier, which will be Rosberg. Maldonado gets passed by Checo Perez. Careful, Checo. I still can't believe the timing of that. I said you do not want to be in a position with Maldonado right up your inside. And Raikkonen immediately suffered. Instantly suffered. It was perfect timing. So we're pushing Hamilton's battery to close the gap. Rosberg's getting the DRS to keep him in range. And there we go, we're just about there.
Let's focus on charging that back
Got in
up.
7th, 8th and 9th for Sauber. They're still holding on. And they're on mediums as well, so they can go a while yet before they need to stop. It's Adrian Sutil in the Force India in 10th, ahead of Grosjean. Then the two Toro Rossos of Jean-Eric Verne and Daniel Ricciardo. Bottas in the Williams is 14th, ahead of Perez in the second Mercedes. Second McLaren. Then Maldonado, Di Resta, Raikkonen, and then the perennial backmarkers of Tom Chilton, Guido van der Garde, Charles Pic, and Jules Bianchi in the Mauritius and Caterhams.
Just work on getting that pack back up.
Yep.
Max Chilton, yeah, who did I say? Did I say Tom Chilton? He's a touring car driver, or was. I don't think he still races anymore.
If you can update your tyre switch.
Start to drop.
I did say Tom. Yeah, I meant Max.
Okay.
Right, our tyres are dying.
So we're
There is a
ready for you.
peculiarity with this mod in that car development can be really difficult in this season, because your first part can be fine and the next part can be awful, or your first part can be absolutely awful, and then you've got to try and develop around it if you can with future upgrades for that part, or you just aren't going to be able to actually improve. You're only going to be able to take performance off the car with an upgrade. So that's kind of where we are with the Mercedes at the moment. Some upgrades just aren't working. So they're not being built. That's why we've got lots of Spec 2 parts that were just not built. And we're trying to, where we can, create a Spec 3 that will actually then slightly improve the car. But the rest, I'm just like, I'm just going to have to pour research into them and hope that that will work it. There's supposed to be an IndyCar game coming out on PS5. I've not heard that. I know about iRacing's IndyCar, which will be a standalone purchase on PC. I don't know if that's the one that's coming onto console as well.
Box.
I'm gonna box this up.
I'm talking specifically about the 2013 mod, and it's not just Mercedes. I've run a file with Marussia, and I've noticed that. I've run a file with Williams, and I've noticed that. And now I'm on the third team that I've been testing, which is the Mercedes, and again, issues with some upgrades. From what I understand as well, Lotus, the AI, has a huge experience gain, insane amount of experience gain at the end of this season, and then they are unstoppable the following season. So when we do run our series, there will have to be some pretty heavy edits between seasons, I think. Right, into the pits. So it is coming to consoles as well. I wasn't sure. I knew it was coming out on PC. 2.6, that's not bad. Not amazing. Quickest at the moment, but hardly anyone stopped. In fact, nobody stopped. That's the first stop of the race. Alright, let's fire these tyres up. Oh, it was a NASCAR game done by iRacing. I didn't realise that was them.
And just charge the pack.
Right, will Rosberg get an undercut? He's stuck in traffic a little bit. 2.7 second stop for Hamilton.
Traffic on the pit exit.
Second quickest stop for the second pit stop of the race. There's Hamilton.
Sorry, mate. So currently P9, showing P9.
Vern muscling his way through, but Hamilton does just about hold position over Rosberg.
5 behind.
So now we need to start making some overtakes quickly if we want to get an undercut on these guys who haven't stopped yet.
Use the overtake.
Understood.
Oh, look at that classic Toro Rosso livery. That's awesome.
Okay, let's go for it.
And Rosberg's looking to sneak through on Lewis. His tyres are fired up. Hamilton's aren't. And then he gets
Head
through.
down. Just think about the management. You can just increase it just a fraction.
I'm just going to be wasting Hamilton's battery here.
Make sure you get that pack up.
I have to let Rosberg punch his way through first.
Tyre temps are looking good.
Understood.
I'm not lapping quick enough. I have been running Realistic Racing 4, but just the standard version of Realistic Racing 4, not the ultra hard version that we're going to be using on our Season 4 with Cadillac.
The pack's looking good.
It really does make a difference.
Overtake is available.
Sutil's tyres are dying. Tom Chilton's into the pits. De Rest has made a stop. Come on, we need to be going quicker than this. We're losing so much time.
Currently P12.
Into the pits goes Sutil. Hamilton does get classed as the overtake before that happens.
Gap at 1.5.
And you can see Rosberg is struggling to get past Verne. Oh, he left the gap. Hamilton nearly took it. And again, he blocks him. Now Verne's going to have the DRS. So Hamilton might get stuck for a lap again. New fastest lap for Vettel. At a point when we really don't need him to be pulling out fastest laps. A 107.0. Wow. That's not Max. That's Jean-Eric Verne. Verstappen's only 15 at the moment.
Pace is still good, let's just keep it up. So we're low on battery at the moment.
There we go, Rosberg's off and away.
Just think about efficient lift and coast in turn 1.
And finally Hamilton gets through.
Yep.
All right, so now we can see the pace of the Silver Arrows on those brand new-ish tyres. Alonso's tyres have fallen away quite strongly. Look at the Red Bulls. They're going to one-stop this. Mediums to hards, I think. Like I said, when they get up ahead of steam, they just get going. They are way too quick. And Verne's into the pits. So we're in the 107s now, but we've lost so much ground on those laps that we were stuck in traffic that Massa's easily going to get out in front of us. I do kind of miss this classic Ferrari outfit with the green and red and white stripes. There's Caterham coming out of the pits as well. There's Massa. That's Hulkenberg about to come through. And there's us. That's how much time we lost. We could have had a monster undercut on Massa. And we're 2.5 seconds behind him. Because we got held up. I am going to be doing a logo tutorial on this classic Sauber S coming soon. I've had quite a few people ask me for one of those over the months in the past, so now that I'm about to start recording some tutorials again, I figured I'd throw that one in there too. So, Ricardo's in. Nice little stop. Alonso's going to be the next one in, I think. Oh, there we go. Straight away. Problem for Paul di Resta. Rosberg goes around Hulkenberg. It's mid-corner there. Wow. Did not expect him to get through that easily. Let's see that one again.
Look at the Mercedes. It's there for the taking.
Thought he was going to box for a second, but he didn't.
And the
He
Mercedes
stayed out.
climbs higher up the field.
So Esteban Gutierrez up next. Massa's already got past him. He's doing 106s at the moment. Webber's still lapping quicker than my boys. Well, he did on the previous lap, not this lap, just finished. But again, he's a country mile ahead of us now. That's Vettel there. That's Webber. He is so far ahead of us. And that's Button, who needs to stop. Grosjean. Gutierrez, who puts a lap on Guido van der Garde. Hamilton closing in on Hulkenberg here.
Press, overtake.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing I can do.
Still a long way to go, mate.
And gets the move done. Gutierrez and Rosberg fighting. And the extra grip pays off around the outside. So Grosjean up next. We're now 6.5 seconds behind Massa since he came out the pits. This was Hamilton's first season at Mercedes, and it was the last year of the all-conquering Renault engine. 2014 was the first year of the reg changes, which saw the Mercedes become absolutely dominant. Right, Hamilton is through on Gutierrez. That is Max Chilton, about to be lapped with Jules Bianchi right in front of him. There goes Chilton. There is Bianchi. Bianchi's into the pits. As Hamilton puts a lap on Chilton. All right. Where are we? 3 seconds behind Grosjean. We're back into some decent times now. We're going to undercut Button, but we were ahead of him before we stopped anyway. He's going to be in very soon. He might be the next one to box, actually. We're only a little bit quicker than Grosjean. He's pushing hard because he's about to box as well. Button did a 109 last time. Here comes Massa. Yeah, Button should be at this lap. And you can see how Massa just couldn't get through. That's the version 4 of realistic racing for you, and we're running an even harder version than this tomorrow. All right, in comes the Sauber of Nico Hulkenberg. Still in the top 10, although he's about to drop out. Red Bull's still showing really strong pace despite their tyres being very, very worn out. And there's Webber into the pits. And that's where we are. Shows you just how much time we've lost and how much better the Red Bull is than us right now. Grosjean's in. You'll see us go flying through. There's Rosberg. And there's Hamilton. Definitely still some bugs in this, as you can see. If you load this up for the first time, you'll find as well that Maldonado actually also has the initials bot. So you'll need to change that yourself in the editor. The database editor. Just go on to Maldonado's profile and then just rename his 3-letter call sign from bot to Mal. Save it, export the save, copy that over the top of the one that you're running, and you'll be fine. But because it's baked in to the mod, if you switch to a different team and start from scratch, so back at the beginning of 2013 again, but with a different team, or just reload the original version of the save you started with, then you will again have to go in and edit that yourself until it gets patched. Gutierrez into the pits in the other Sauber. And finally, Sebastian Vettel comes in. I believe the chassis for this season was Hungry Heidi. Vettel had a habit of naming his cars. He had a Luscious Liz, a Kinky Kylie. I think it was Hungry Heidi for this season. And Vettel rejoins ahead of Alonso with Webber right on the backside of him. And he's going to struggle to get past Alonso, I think. Then again, he might get him pretty comfortably. Let's see if Alonso can fight back into turn 4. No, he can't. Too far back. Interesting. So Massa's on softs. That's one of the reasons he was pulling away from us so much. We are hunting him down, little by little. About at half distance now. Vettel leads from Webber and Alonso. Then it's Massa, Rosberg, Hamilton, Button, Grosjean, Sutil, Perez, Hulkenberg, Gutierrez, Verne, Ricciardo, Bottas, Raikkonen, Di Resta, Maldonado, Chilton, Peak, Van der Garde, and Bianchi. And you can see I'm running a different version of the leaderboard as well, which actually shows the tyre bar rather than percentages or no information at all. And that should be echoed here as well. Oh no, it does actually give me percentages for my cars and for the others as well. Okay. New fastest lap for Vettel. How fast is it? A 106.1. It's only 1.5 seconds quicker than we're doing. That's fine. Where do I need to finish? 6th and 7th. Okay. So Hamilton can't drop any lower than this. Rosberg's 2 places above his target right now. Side by side, as Alonso has managed to get himself back in front. And that's just going to make it easier for Vettel to win this race if Webber is being held up by Alonso.
Gap 1 ahead. Keep plugging away.
Hamilton might have lost the DRS there because Rosberg picked it up off the back of Maldonado, running the cursed number 13 on his car, which explains a lot.
Gap 1.3 ahead. Just do the best you can.
Let's check in with Perez, trying to find his way past Satil. We've got one of the Caterhams in front. I think it's Van der Gaard. Oh, this chaos trying to find a way through there. But they do both get through, and Perez straight on the attack again. And now Sauber's following through as well. Hulkenberg ahead of Gutierrez.
Gap at 1.2 now. Let's just keep our heads down.
A little bit of not quite F1 news, but some interesting racing news. They've started tearing down the pit complex at the Buenos Aires circuit, which used to hold Formula One events, but fell out of favour, and the circuit has just sort of declined. It currently only has a Grade 4 listing, or a Grade 4 licence. You need a Class 1 licence to host F1 events, and they are currently demolishing the pit complex to build new facilities to try and bring them up to a Grade 2 licence, so that they can bring back MotoGP and some other events. And once that's done, they will then look to try and improve up to a Grade 1 licence. So Argentina might be looking to throw their hat in the ring to come back to Formula One in the future. As Gutierrez tries to muscle his way past Perez, Chilton gets lapped. Perez holds him off for now. I think Hamilton's quicker, but he's stuck in dirty air.
And just charge the pack. Okay.
So we'll refill his battery.
Pack's looking good.
Understood.
And then we'll move him in front. See if we can maybe think about pushing up for fourth.
Gap of 1.6. Just do what you can.
Oh, there we go. Massa's in. That's a little earlier than I thought. I knew he'd be in soon, but I didn't think he'd be in this soon. What's he going on to? Mediums or hards? Hards. Might come out behind Button. There is Button. And Button does get through, so Massa down into 7th, but clear from Grosjean, and will immediately get DRS off the back of the McLaren.
Gap 1.7. Got every chance here. Charge that pack.
Understood.
Bottas into the pits for Williams.
But there.
It's one of the drivers we
That's
might
not what
actually
they
have got
need
some
right
audio
now.
from, and instead we get Crofty. Boo. Boo Crofty. Oh, yellow flag. Lock up for Kimi.
Let's have a look at that. Right, so this was the fourth corner. Struggling with the car.
He's not had a good
Just
day today, has he?
unable to control the car by that point.
Lost all those positions on the opening lap. Now a lockup as well.
Gap ahead for 1.6. Let's just keep our heads down.
Out goes the Force India into the pits. Comes Charles Pic. Oh yeah, this is the 2013 Austrian Grand Prix. Just the calendar says it's 2024.
And we'll push.
And when we get back to HQ, I'll show you just how retro it is, because all the staff are the staff of the era. All the drivers are the drivers of the era. All the young modern drivers are very, very young.
Okay, Lewis, it won't be long now.
Yep.
Oh, off goes Hamilton.
Sorry about that, guys.
So anything could happen, Lewis. Let's just keep our heads down.
And here comes Massa.
So anything.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now this was at turn 1.
He just went straight on.
Very heavy on the brakes. And they'll need to be mindful of the effect that that had on the tyres.
And now we need to box Hamilton sooner. So
So we'll get the hammer
let's
now.
get him in on the next lap. Maybe the lap after that. We'll see how the tyres hold up with a lap at this push level. Massa's going to the end. Button could be going to the end, but don't know if he will. He might have a late pit stop in hand. Same for Grosjean. Vettel's probably going to the end. I don't know about Webber, probably. Alonso will probably stop again. Sutil and Bottas and Peak will probably go to the end. Everyone else is probably going to be in the pits. Massa gives us DRS. Can we take the place back? No, we just don't have any grip. Oh, no, that was Alonso. No, it was Massa. I'm looking at the wrong Mercedes on the leaderboard.
Yeah, don't sweat it, Lewis. Don't sweat it.
Rosberg is pretty much a pit stop behind Alonso at the moment.
box.
In the box is
We just about managed to make it to the scheduled stop for Hamilton. Instead of him boxing a lap after Rosberg, he'll box a lap before.
Gap at 0.9 behind. Yeah, Lewis, we're still in this race.
Right, we need a good stop.
in.
So we should get out in front of Perez. 2.4, that's a pretty good stop.
Just watch the white line on exit.
It's a low 2.4 as well, which helps. It's not going to give us the little flash of info as to where we are.
That's P8.
Rosberg will be in at the end of this lap. At least he should be.
Perez behind.
Yes, pitting this lap. There we go. So, hopefully we can get out just in front of Verne. If not, we'll get out in front of... Oh, I'm looking at Hamilton. Yeah, we'll get out in front of Perez. And probably still out in front of Hamilton. 2.7. Not the best stop. That's Bianchi exiting the pits in front. Number 17 has been retired after his horrific crash at Suzuka. Let's see, can we see Hamilton in the background? Not yet. He is behind Di Resta on track. There's Hamilton, right at the top of the screen. 6 seconds behind. So we need to finish in no lower than 7th for Rosberg, no lower than 6th for Hamilton for the sponsors. So we may yet have to swap our drivers over, depending on what happens in front of us. There's only 21 laps to go. And I think everyone bar Alonso could make it to the end. So yeah, depending on pace, we may have to switch these two over. Van der Gaard gets another lap on him. That puts him 2 laps down, as are the two Mauritius. Everyone up to 9th is lapped at the moment. And yeah, we're the last car on the lead lap. And that there is Vettel. Wow, we are close to being lapped. That's not good. Our pace should be strong enough to stay on the lead lap, though. I hope. That's a Racing Bull. No, that's a Williams. Between us and Vettel. Which Williams is it? Is it Maldonado or is it Bottas? Hamilton sets a new fastest lap on 105.6.
Understood.
105.9 for Rosberg without the battery. And Vettel's got a fault. Anything that slows him down will be helpful.
But the car's definitely not happy. Surely some kind of fault.
Do not want to get lapped here. pretty disastrous for us. There is not great tyre wear on this Mercedes. That was something that was very inherent with the 2012 and 2013 Mercedes, is that they kind of ate their tyres. A characteristic that they were able to dial out for the next season. New fastest lap for Rosberg. 105.3, 3/10 quicker than Hamilton. We had a little bit of traffic at the end of the lap there. We are hunting down Grosjean and Button by 2 to 3 seconds per lap at the moment. Although part of that is battery boosted. Jean-Eric Verne hits the pits in that gorgeous Toro Rosso. Through goes Kimi Räikkönen. Perez will be in soon as well. Oh, it's a bad stop.
So we are low on battery at the moment. Make sure you get that pack up.
New fastest lap for Hamilton, a 105.0. Very nice. 105.1 for Rosberg. And we are hunting down Grosjean and Button. Took nearly 2 seconds out of him that lap as in comes Checo Perez in the McLaren. Maldonado in for Williams as well. He's gone onto a new set of soft tyres. I'm pretty sure Alonso could be in. I mean, he could stay out, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him boxing for a set of softs.
Just introduce a little bit of lift and coast.
Understood.
Rosberg is on the hunts. Oh, wait, did I not change the engines back? Or did I? I can't remember. I think I did. No, I did. Right, past De Resta. Is that a retirement for Gutierrez coming?
Well, yeah, right. It certainly looks like they've developed a fault.
Maybe not. Oh, no, it's just a minor fault. I was looking at the wrong cars. That's one way to get rid of De Resta. Just push him off the track. Hamilton has Verne for company. Verne is a lap down. Oh no, wait, that's Whitewalls, so that's Ricciardo. Verne's on softs. So I didn't think we were that far ahead. There's some of the back markers. Rosberg closing in on Button and Grosjean within 2.5 seconds now. It is going to be tricky for Hamilton. We've got some tyre to play with and ailing tyres on the cars in front. Seventh is fine for Rosberg for the sponsors. I need 6th or better for Hamilton. You can't see it from this shot, but Nico's helmet does have that Nico brand along the side at the bottom of the helmet. You might see it at the end of the race, depending on the cutscene. As we are just outside of DRS range. We're not going to have the pace to catch Massa, so I'm going to go into defensive mode and slow these two down when I get through with Rosberg, so that Hamilton can catch up. A little bit of team strategy. There we go, we're just into DRS range.
Just remember, overtake is available.
Yep.
This is going to be tricky trying to get through here.
Let's focus on charging that pack up.
Yep.
There we go, up the inside. That's what we needed. We weren't going to do it on a DRS straight. And Hamilton's now just 3 seconds behind. Closed up a lot thanks to all that fighting. A little over 11 laps to go. We have staved off the threat of being lapped. Vettel is now a little bit further behind
Just
us.
let us know what you think about these tyres.
So he's coming round to lap one of the Force Indies again. Which one is it? Sutil. So close to getting in range.
Gap at 1.4.
10 laps for Vettel, 11 laps for us. close. We're so
1.2.
close. Sauber still holding on to 9th and 10th.
Understood.
I am very impressed with Sauber today.
Let's just work on getting that pack back up.
Right, we are where we need to be. Let's punch through. We'll punch away with Rosberg now. Break the toe, break the DRS.
Gap 0.6 ahead. Pace is still good, let's just keep it up.
It's going to be a comfortable 1-2 for Red Bull. Alonso's stayed out. His tyres are starting to suffer. He'll easily beat Massa. Very comfortable gap. He could yet stop, put on a set of soft tyres and hold position against Massa, or at the very least be in a position to retake that very, very quickly. He's got just about enough of a gap to, I think, get out in front of him. Is that Button with an issue? No, it's Massa with a fault.
But it looks like they're carrying some kind of fault.
Force a habit to click that. There is no audio for Massa. Or Vettel, or Webber, or Grosjean, Button, Gutierrez, Raikkonen, Verne, Satil, Maldonado, De Resta, Bianchi, Van der Gaard, Peak, Chilton, or Rosberg. None of those drivers have audio.
Now 0.6. Let's just keep it up.
There we go, a 3.5 second lead. That should be more than we need. Especially considering we've got more grip. It's just a shame that Massa is so much further ahead. Otherwise we might have had a chance of maybe sneaking onto him as well. Yeah, you're not going to get the move done there, Lewis.
And we can drop the lift and coast for now, we'll make it up later.
Let's see if we can get a run on Button.
Then overtake will be available.
This is where we need to try and punch through, though. Not quite close enough.
Pull to one side in places, that will help.
Now we are running out of battery. Throw it at the inside. Go on, lad. Go on. There you go. Now we're golden now.
Keep plugging away. Just keep on top of the management.
So one more place needed for Lewis. And that is Grosjean, who is isolated now and vulnerable. We have more grip. We have arguably a better car. And we have the DRS, so we have time on our side. Not too much time. There's only 6 laps to go.
Update us on tyres.
There's still some life left in the tyre.
And Grosjean is going to be defending hard.
It's possible to follow.
So head down now.
You just need a little bit of battery, enough to not just get through, but then punch away as quickly as possible as well. And now that we've broken the DRS for Button, he's being left floundering.
Still a long way to go, mate.
But it's not like he's going to get caught by Hulkenberg. In fact, we could have a real barnstormer of the finish here for the final points, because Perez is closing quickly.
Overtake is available.
All right, so we need to get the move done here. And that Lotus is a quick car. Not getting through there.
Don't sweat it, Lewis. So just charge that pack.
We're not going to get him on the next lap, I don't think, either, because we are closing in on the back of one of the Red Bulls, the Toro Rossos. Never failed to amaze me as well back in the day how many people didn't realise that Toro Rosso was actually Italian for Red Bull. Right, now that we're clear of the back marker,
Overtake.
and we have the DRS advantage again. Let's see if we can get him. There's the look. There's the move. Can we? Oh, contact! Shit! 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 Shit!
Do what you can.
Minor front wing. Please don't give me a booking
Looks like you're okay, mate.
penalty for that.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look as we go into turn 4. Barely any room to manoeuvre. And not just one car involved in that.
I'm not
as you
sure
can
that
see.
might be a penalty
I imagine
for us.
their confidence will have taken a knock.
What has that done to his confidence? Ah, it's taken a huge hit. It's halved it.
So let's uplift and coast all round, Lewis.
And now we have wing damage as well. We're under investigation. No penalties given. Oh, breathe a sigh of relief, but we are struggling to get through here.
Let's focus on charging that pack up.
Here's another look. And this time we get through. We've got the
Overtake is
DRS,
available.
put the battery down to help with the launch. That Lotus is still so quick in a straight line. Now we get through. Oh, that was hard. That was very hard.
Overtake is available. Just push it.
So that is target achieved now for Hamilton, P6. Two laps remaining. Can Rosberg possibly get onto the back of Massa? I don't think so. Oh, this isn't good. This isn't good. Come on, defend, defend, defend.
So head down. Yep.
Ooh.
And think about increasing lift and coast just a little.
1 lap to go. We're out of battery. So there's no help there. That's 1.5 seconds. I think we're going to be just short. We would probably need another lap. But even then, I don't know if we'd actually got the overtake in. Did we break the DRS? No, we didn't.
Use the overtake.
So Vettel wins.
And Red Bull crosses the finish line first.
A comfortable win.
There'll be celebrations tonight after a performance like that. They've done themselves and the team proud.
Almost everybody has their actual helmet in this game as well, in terms of like the first team drivers anyway. The only ones who don't are the 2 Caterham drivers, because they're the 11th team, they're the creator team. So they just have the generic base game helmets. And for some reason, Bottas has a helmet, but it only seems to show up in cutscenes. And then it disappears when he gets on track and he gets a generic Williams helmet.
On battery at the moment.
As you can see there. Same for Maldonado. Maldonado, I don't know if he has a helmet or not. I've never seen it. He just has a generic Williams helmet. But everyone else has their actual helmets. Or at the very least, a team helmet. So I can click on pretty much anybody apart from them. Well, if you want to go, yeah. Mike, if you want to say that a team that's based in Britain is British, then that's 90% of the grid. Even Cadillac, you could argue, would then technically be British because they've got a campus at Silverstone.
And as proceedings start to wind down here, what will Mercedes have made of this result, Karun?
They didn't do too badly today. A pretty respectable outcome as far as they'll be concerned. But they need to keep pushing. They can't afford to sit back.
Ah, those classic grey polos.
And that's it for this weekend here in Austria.
Next round, we're moving on to an exhilarating circuit. Formula One will be taking to the Hungaroring for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
There we go, then confirmation of the final result of this personal campaign that I've been running in the background. Vettel wins ahead of Webber, then Alonso from Massa. Rosberg gets 5th ahead of Hamilton in 6th, and Grosjean from Button. Perez up 13 places to take 9th in the end. So he did not just catch one of the Saubers, but both of them. Hülkenberg gets the final point in 10th ahead of Gutierrez. Kimi Raikkonen, who had a miserable afternoon, ends up in 12th. Had the potential for much more points today. Sutil 14th, behind Jean-Eric Vergne 13th. Ricciardo 15th. Then it was Valtteri Bottas, Pastor Maldonado, Paul di Resta, Jules Bianchi, Guido van der Garde, Charles Pic, and Max Chilton. So, driver standings at the end of the Austrian Grand Prix sees Hamilton leading over Vettel by 3 points. Webber in 3rd has 130. Rosberg on 122. Then it's Alonso with 117. Massa moves above Raikkonen. Button in 8th is the lead McLaren ahead of Grosjean and Perez, but he has just 33 points. There really isn't much pace in the McLaren in this season. Then it's the Force Indias, Toro Rosso, the Saubers, and there's the rest of the running order as well. As I say, the performance gap between the top teams and the bottom teams is massive in 2013. In the constructors' standings, it echoes this dramatically here. 285 points for Red Bull as they move above Mercedes by 5. Ferrari have 189. Then it's another 100 points back to Lotus. 55 points for McLaren. 9 points for Force India, who are 6th. Sauber goes 7th with their first point of the season ahead of Toro Rosso. Then it's Caterham, Marussia and Williams all with 0 points. Fastest stop of the day was 2.35 seconds for McLaren. Then Mercedes. That's good to see that we're finally starting to score some points in this competition. Red Bull from Lotus, Williams, Force India, Williams again, Red Bull again, then Marussia and Sauber also picking up a couple of points each. So McLaren at top with 222 points and Red Bull with 184. Toro Rosso have 115. Lotus 87, Ferrari 67. We move up to 6th with 60 points ahead of Williams by 3. Force India down into 8th place now on 53 points. Caterham with 38, 18 for Sauber, and then a weird little bug. Anyone who finishes or is currently in 11th place in this particular table, and only this table, is always displayed as Arden International here, but it shows you who the actual team is if you hover over them. There's the summary of the stops. Not great stops for Nico. Terrible first stop for Lewis as well, but a decent stop on the second one there. Both drivers get their contract or target bonus. No contractual bonus for Hamilton because he finished off the podium. So that saves me a couple of $100,000. And let's head back to HQ. So Max is a Mercedes junior driver. He's now up to a 68 rating. So let me show you behind the scenes of the team. So Bono is at Mercedes from day one in this, but he's actually assigned to Rosberg, and Tony Ross is assigned to Hamilton. I literally switched them over. It instantly gave a huge morale boost to these two, and these two already had a pre-existing relationship, as Bono has been with Hamilton since day one of him being at Mercedes. And then our other staff, we've got Bob Bell, Aldo Costa, and Ron Meadows is still there. He's been there a long, long time. If we take a look at the rest of the grid, so let's start with the oldest driver on the grid. He's not really on the grid, he's in reserve role. It's Pedro de la Rosa at Ferrari at 42. Rubens Barrichello is in retirement at 41. He's announced his retirement. Fisichella's at 40. Mark Genet at 39. Mark Webber's 36. He's the oldest active driver. Nick Heidfeld's here at 35 years old. Carter Kane at 35. Maria de Villota is at 34, along with Anthony Davidson. Kimi Räikkönen at 33. Jensen at 33. Massa 32. Liuzzi 31. Gary Paffett in reserve at McLaren is 31. Nicholas Prost, a rookie affiliate driver for Lotus, son of Alain Prost, is, and you can really see the family resemblance, can't you? If we click on him, you really can see his old man in that face. And then we've got Timo Glock, Andre Lotterer, Heikki Kovalainen. Fernando is 31, so he still has another 15 years or so to go before he retires. Susie Wolff is here, 30 years old. Adrian Sutil, Karun Chandok, James Rossiter, Bruno Senna in free agency, having been released by Williams. Kamui Kobayashi. Oh, look at that smile. He was a joy to watch. Pastor Maldonado, Nico Rosberg, Robert Kubica, Lewis Hamilton. That says Fabiano Machado. That's actually Jaime Alguersuari's picture. We'll see him a little bit further down. Luca Filippi, Vitaly Petrov, Jerome D'Ambrosio, Rodolfo Gonzalez, Guido van der Garde, Paul de Resta, Roman Grosjean, Sam Bird, who is currently racing in Formula E, I think. We've also got Davide Valsecchi, whose voice you will hear on some F1 weekends. Nelson Mason, Alexander Sims, Nico Hulkenberg is just 25 years old. Sebastian Vettel's 25. If we come down a bit further. Sebastian Buemi, 24 years old. Daniel Ricciardo's 24. There's Jaime Alguersuari at 23. Who else? Brendan Hartley, 23 years old. The man with the worst haircut ever to get into a Formula One car. Jules Bianchi, Charles Pic, Jean-Eric Verne, Luc Dupont. Checo's just 23 years old. Valtteri. Alex Brundle, 22, son of Martin. Marcus Ericsson, 22 years old. Max Chilton, 22. Roberto Merri, 22 years old. Oliver Rowland. Felix Rosenqvist. Esteban Gutierrez, just 21 years old. Stoffel Van Dorn, just 21 years old. Look how young he looks in that picture. Who else? Alice Powell is here, 20 years old. Kevin Magnussen is a rookie at Mercedes. He's in the reserve team. He's 20 years old. Felipe Nasr, 20 years old. Daniel Kvyat's just 19 years old. Antonio Giovinazzi, 19 years old. Pascal Wehrlein, 18 years old. Now a regular in Formula E. Nick de Vries, 18 years old. And again, a very young-looking Nick de Vries. Nicholas Latifi. Carlos Sainz is just 18. Look at that haircut. Look how young he looks. He's still racing in GP3. Sergei Sorokin, 17 years old. Jack Aitken. Pietro Fittipaldi, 17 years old. Alex Albon, just 17 years old. Alex Palou. Esteban Ocon, 16 years old. Look at that haircut. Wow. That is a very, very young Esteban. George Russell. It's still the old photo. Ralph Boschung. Haven't seen him in a while. Max is just 15. Charles Leclerc. Look how young and fresh-faced Charles Leclerc is at 15 years old. Pato O'Ward. Joe is 14. Mick Schumacher's 14. Lance Stroll is 14 in the Ferrari Academy. Anyone else? Felipe Drugovich is 13 years old. Nikita Mazepin, 13 years old. Lando, 13 years old. Kush Maini is here. Oscar Piastri, 12 years old. Freddie Vesti, 11. Liam Lawson, 11 years old. Abby Pulling, 10. Jack Doohan, 10 years old. Teo Porcher, 9 years old. There's Ollie Behrman at 8 years old. Isaac Hadjar, 8 years old. So there's a huge wealth of young talent. Arvid is just 5 years old in this. There are so many names that you'll recognize. Antonelli, 6 years old. So this is my current affiliate pool. Brendan Hartley. I signed Mick Schumacher, who was in free agency because he was only 15. Because I want to try and make him into Michael Mark II. I signed Timo Glock to help with development work. I think I signed David Beckman as well, so that there's some young German talent in the team coming through alongside Schumacher. And I signed Verstappen just as a what if, because he very nearly did sign for Mercedes at the time, but because Red Bull said that they would fast track him into an F1 car, that's why he went with Red Bull. And then if we take a look at the technical chief, Pat Simmons, Bob Bell, Rob Taylor, Giorgio Ascanelli, Mike Coughlin, Adrian Newey, Mark Smith, Paddy Lowe, Mike Gascoigne, who has always, been bouncing around the grid for years. Pat Fry's still here. Yamon Cho's back. James Allison is 44 years old. Simone Resta's back. James Key. Mike Elliott, 39 years old. Cardlay's only 38. Matt Harmon's just 35 years old. Dan Fallows, 29 years old. So there's a lot of well-known names. Neil Holdy, 25. If we look at heads of aero, we've got Nicholas Hennell, Peter Prodromo, still Jared Murphy, Aldo Costa, Nicholas Tumbasis, Mitchell Kuma, Jason Somerville, Dirk De Beer, Enrico Balbo, Guru Joel, Matt Morris, Tim Goss, Dickon Balmforth is back, 35 years old. David Wheat is back, 36. Masao Endo, 27 years old. Race engineers, this is where it gets fun. Andrea Stella at Ferrari as an engineer. And then Bono, GP's still at Force India. Adami's at Toro Rosso. Guillaume Raquelin at RedBull. Phil Prue. Kieran Pilbeam. Simon Rennie. Io Komatsu's in as a race engineer at Lotus. Rob Smedley, Massa's engineer at Ferrari. Mosconi, Tony Ross. Who else? Phil Charles at Toro Rosso. Antoine Auclair, who used to be Mick Schumacher's race engineer at Prema before he got promoted to a new role. Yeah, look at all these names, blasts from the past. It's a huge list of engineers. And then we get this weird thing here with a load of additional database entries that shouldn't be there. Sporting directors, Jonathan Wheatley, France Tost, who unfortunately has Lauren Mekies' picture. Who else is there? Alan Permain, Peter Sauber himself in as a sporting director, Steve Nielsen, Paul James, Curtis Stones. Who else is there that you might remember? Graham Loudon, now team boss at Cadillac, was at Marussia. Sam Michael at McLaren. There's some real blasts from the past. So yeah, that's the staffing there. I'm going to say these are all the different teams. So Red Bull is still Red Bull, Mercedes is still Mercedes, Ferrari. Lotus is obviously now Alpine, McLaren is still McLaren. Force India is now Aston Martin. Sauber is now Audi. Or went from being Sauber to going to to Alfa Romeo, then to Sauber again, and then Audi. Toro Rosso then became Alpha Tauri, and then became Racing Bulls, Red Bull, V-Carb, whatever nonsense you want to call them. Caterham is the creator team, so they don't have a history. Marussia were replaced with Haas. Yeah, they're replacing Haas in this. And then Williams, still Williams, but with an older style logo. So it does open up the options for somebody outside of the original lot to come in. As I say, this is our what if. So Caterham, we are going to take them out of the game after a couple of seasons. And we're going to replace them with someone else. And I'm not going to tell you who. Because I'm not 100% certain myself yet. And Marussia will also go bust at some point, and we will replace them with someone else. But we could, theoretically, try and track some of these teams all the way through to where they are now. We've got plenty of historical liveries for Mercedes and Ferrari. Lotus, we've got Renault liveries available. We've got obviously all the different Alpine liveries available. We could just replace them with a completely different team entirely. McLaren, we've got a few different historical McLaren liveries to choose from. Force India, we could leave them as Force India for a while before we then turn them to Racing Point, before we then turn them to Aston Martin, if we wanted to, or we could just do something else. Sauber, all sorts of options for Sauber. Toro Rosso, I don't think I want to get rid of Toro Rosso. I love that livery. It's so good. And then, as I say, Caterham and Marussia are definitely primed for being replaced at some point. Is Sergio Canamasas in this? Was he a driver? I don't recognise the name, Sergio Canamasas. Let's have a look. No. Not as a driver, anyway. And not as an engineer or a technical chief. Not as an aero guy. Not as an engineer. And not as a sporting director. So no Sergio Canamasas. But yeah, this is what I've been sort of running and testing in the background. This is what I mean as well by the upgrades. I can show you. So with the chassis, that was my starting chassis. If I stick that on the car, that was the second chassis. And you can see it slightly improved the low speed performance, but everything else was significantly down. So I didn't build it. I just decided to create a new one, and there actually did merit some improvement on that one. So that's how I managed to kind of skip over onto an actual improvement. The front wing. Again, you can see we don't have it installed on both cars. There we go. Again, it's a big improvement on low speed. It's a big loss on high speed, a massive loss on high speed. So really hard to kind of work on that. Rear wings, again, big losses in the high speed performance. It just can't be recovered, so that, you know, something is going to go wrong no matter what on that, no matter how you try and configure it. Side pods, again, you can see that the first one was what we had, and then it was a downgrade for the next one. A slight improvement in high speed performance, but worse in the low speed. Slight improvement in the medium speed. Engine cooling was significantly worse. Speed was significantly worse as well, and that's where I've got to now with this one. So we basically again jumped that one and developed the next one along. Underfloor, it's a similar situation. Big loss in the high speed. And suspension, install replacement, there we go. It's a big improvement in tyre wear, but big loss in speed. And again, it's not something I can balance out. So where I can, I'm working on new parts. So I'm working on a new front and rear wing to see if I can get those improved. Everything else is pretty much at the point where I'm just researching it to try and improve it for next season. So chassis and side pods I can still further improve. I can't improve the suspension with another suspension. And I can't improve the underfloor with another underfloor. Maybe with a subsequent one after that, but that's a lot of expense just to maybe potentially be able to get an improvement. And even then it would be minuscule. So if the front wing upgrades here don't work either, and I don't know if they will or not until they're finished, then I will switch to researching them for next season and then try and balance things out. But yeah, I'm trying to punch through a complete season as quickly as I can. So this is where we are on the calendar. It's the halfway point. So I've got Spa after Hungary, then Monza, Singapore, Baku, Suzuka, Mexico, Abu Dhabi, Austin, and Sao Paulo. It's a close approximation of the actual grid, but Jeddah is a stand-in for Malaysia, because obviously Malaysia is not in the game. These are otherwise correct. So there we go. That's a sneak peek of what will be coming, but it will be a what-if series. We will... not sure who will be starting as yet. I haven't decided. I'm still umming and ahhing on that one. But we shall see. We shall see. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this extended stream tonight, going through all the behind-the-scenes prep of getting ready for Season 4, which starts tomorrow, 7 p.m. tomorrow. 1 hour earlier than normal, because it will be a long first episode with all of pre-season to get through before we actually get to the first Grand Prix of the year. And then potentially we'll be starting our What If series on Sunday with the 2013 mod. But I may delay that a bit longer yet. I want to see if there's another patch coming soon before. If there's one that's right around the corner, then I'll probably wait and do a bit of testing with that first. But we shall see. But yeah, new series, Season 4 of our Cadillac Let's Play begins tomorrow, 7 p.m. Hopefully, I'll see you all there for that. If you have enjoyed tonight's stream, then a thumbs up would be much appreciated. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and click the bell for notifications on when the live streams start. Until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with more F1 Manager very soon.